Hello and welcome to the Tokyo Aquatic Center. We find ourselves in the Japanese capital, Tokyo, for the swimming competition on day one of the 2020 Tokyo Paralympic Games. What a competition we have in store for us, and certainly what a session we have in store for us this very evening local time. It is the second session of the swimming with the two-session daily schedule over the opening 10 days of competition of the Paralympic Games. It'll see 146 medal events contested. These are the officials making their way out to the pool deck. They will be officials on either side. We'll have the men's and women's starters and referees introduced in a short while, but we are set for a stunning session here at the Tokyo Aquatic Center, a 15,000 capacity venue that's newly constructed for the Games of 2020 and will be used for a host of international competitions here at the Tatsumi Nomori Seaside Park. It's already host to the FINA Diving World Cup and the FINA Artistic Swimming Olympic Games qualification tournament, so we were used as test events after it was officially opened in October of 2020. But a glorious 50-meter pool and indeed a 25-meter diving well in the main arena. We have got a fantastic session in store for you that includes two of the most extraordinary races we are set to see. We start off with the men's and women's 400-meter freestyle S9 finals. You got a few of the sprint races, including the men's S1 and S2 backstroke, women's S2 backstroke as well. The women's 50-meter freestyle S6 should be an absolutely enthralling affair. So too the men's and women's 50-meter freestyle S10 finals. That is all on the session schedule for you this evening. But we are going to see Brendan Hall in the very first medal event of Tokyo 2020 going for a third successive gold medal in the men's 400-meter freestyle S9. And up against a few blazing young guns, shall we say, including one of his compatriots in Alexander Tuckfield. But more about that when the actual race gets underway. This is Tokyo 2020. It's a para-swimming competition for you with a host of reminders on the classifications, how many swimmers are categorized into various classes in an attempt to sustain a competitive balance. The Australian flag is not waving proudly, but it is certainly displayed prominently in this glorious arena. There are also flags of Spain, of Italy, of Argentina, and certainly many of the nations, Korea, Malaysia. We've seen a host of flags being displayed around the venue. The men's 400-meter freestyle S9 final is upon us as we get the final session on day one of the swimming competition underway. Much anticipation ahead of a session with a host of world-class swimmers set to headline this shift. One of the great sports of the Paralympic Games, and then one of the sports that has been part of the Paralympic Games for all 16 editions since they began in Rome in 1960. The men's 400-meter freestyle S9, well, you'll see the world and Paralympic record belong to the same man, Brendan Hall of Australia, and he will again be going in the final. While he was not quite as quick in Rio as he was in London, he won the last two gold medals in this event. This is the starting lineup for you. 8 swimmers in the start list, including Morlaki, the silver medal winner of 2016. Brendan Hall, Simone Barlam, one of the promising young talents, and Alexander Tuckfield, who's certainly shot to prominence relatively quickly in Australia. Hugo Didier, the European champion in his first major international swimming competition, looking to cause somewhat of an upset. Now, the men's 400-meter freestyle S9 final. These are the athletes who will be introduced separately for the final sessions. Representing Poland, going in lane 8, Igor Hehorowicz. The man who's capable of going 4:25. He'll be swinging in lane 8. The outside medal contention, he'll have to prove his best by some way if he is to contest for a medal. A man who's claimed medals previously. He is the 2017 world champion, a man who won silver in Rio 2016, 5 years ago, Federico Morlacchi of Italy. He'll go in 1. Now, going in lane 7 from Spain, the 2019 world champion, and who is the fastest in the world this year over this distance, Jacopo Garrido. He'll go in lane 7. And this is the man who is hoping to make it 3 in a row. Brendan Hall, the 28-year-old Queenslander, goes in search of a gold medal in Tokyo to add to his golds from Rio and London. Well, Australia has continued to provide some of the great swimmers, particularly in certain events. This is one of those events. The men's 400-metre freestyle, one of 3 Australian swimmers, William Martin, will go in lane 6. Simone Barlam of Italy will go in lane 3. A man who posted a 4:17.95 in qualifying, but capable of going well faster. He's a sprinter by trade, but do not discount him in this tie, in this race. The European champion, Hugo Didier of France, a 4:15 swimmer this year, and capable of going significantly faster, I have no doubt. He will go in lane 5. And then the surprise fastest qualifier from the preliminaries is a man who goes by Alexander Tuckfield, the Australian, who's really shot to prominence in recent months. Just 16 years old. He has a youthful exuberance about him as, as he takes to the starting blocks. But you're looking at this on the face of it, on paper, Brendan Hall is your favourite. But there are so many swimmers who have the potential to cause upsets here as we take a look at the man who is the world record holder as well.
Yeah, Brendan Hall, so he has the world record, 4:09, but he hasn't really been close to that on an international level in several years. And the other thing to note about this race is that these guys have not previously raced against each other at an international competition. Hugo Didier, relatively new to the international scene, plus the new young Australians.
And I think that's key to mention, the fact that COVID-19 pandemic and recent reclassifications have prevented many of the swimmers from actually competing against one another at international competitions. Even as far back as the 2017 World Championships, many swimmers failed to make it because the World Championships was postponed by a few months following the tragic earthquake that hit Mexico in 2017. Morlacchi, Hall, Barlam, Tuckfield, Didier, Martin, Garrido and Hrihorovic. Now, Brendan Hall not getting a particularly fast start off the blocks, but we are expecting to see the likes of Will Martin and Alex Tuckfield take an early lead, the 2 Australians, but watch out for Brendan Hall. He is smart enough to swim his own race without being drawn into little battles, particularly early on in the competition. But also Hugo Didier, 19 years old, but somebody who is 100%, somebody we need to take notice of.
And here,
he's caused that. He's deserved it.
Will Martin, he's out pretty quickly. But as you said, Brendan Hall is the most experienced 400-meter freestyle in this heat right now. So you see, there's 3 Australians. There's Alexander Tuckfield, who had a PB this morning by 1.8 seconds. He had a phenomenal swim. Will Martin, who's actually a better butterflyer than he is a freestyler, although you wouldn't know by looking at him right now. Simone Barlam, a sprinter, but he's hanging in there. Simone Barlam just needs to be able to hang with the rest of this heat in order to get on the medal stand. And then Brendan Hall is probably going to hang back a bit, but he's going to be very controlled. With his experience, he knows how to swim this race. And so he just has to make sure that he keeps everyone within striking distance. Because he's a single leg amputee, he won't have the kick to bring it home. So he needs to establish himself and make sure that he doesn't let others get too far ahead of him.
So Brendan Hall is certainly somebody who's going to have the favourites tag attached to him, just based on his achievements previously. But Will Martin is looking really good through the 150. and continuing to lead as this event sees at least 5 swimmers still very much in contention for the gold medal, while Hrhorovic of Poland, going in lane 8, was the first to drop off the pace. It is a little surprising to see the 2017 world champion Federico Morlacchi just lagging behind, significantly down on the field already as we approach the 200 mark.
And here at the 200, going into the turn, you see Didier and Will Martin. Will Martin has the better kick coming off. He used a fly kick to really extend his lead over Didier. Didier has weakness in his legs, so the turns are going to be hard for him. Martin was a very even stroke, and he seems to extend it. Brendan Hall hanging back in there. He's sort of, you see, he's fighting off Simone Barlam just for that 4th place position. Alexander Tuckfield, as the youngster here, he needs to make sure he doesn't get too excited, but he also needs to not let Will Martin and Didier get too far ahead of him if he wants to get on the stand.
Well, it does seem as if somebody's had a word in his ear and thought, look, you've you absolutely went out almost cowboy style in the morning.
Yeah.
And he is a little more reserved and composed in the pool right now. But so far, the 3 Australians are not far off one another, effectively a body length separating the 3 Australians. You won't necessarily see it on the diagonal, but Simone Barlam is more of a sprinter. He is lagging a little behind now, and the only swimmer who is not from Australia, who's putting himself into medal contention here genuinely is Hugo Didier, the Toulouse-based French swimmer.
And here in the last 100, you see Will Martin. He turned on the kick. He's going to try and extend his lead. Hugo Didier has a faster stroke. Alexander Tuckfield does appear to be sort of fading a little bit, and he's going to be fighting off Brendan Hall for the bronze medal position.
Well, Brendan Hall, what does experience bring him in this race? Barlam is certainly out of it now. 3 Australians and a Frenchman contesting for the 3 medals in this, and Brendan Hall, the 2-time defending champion, the world record holder, finds himself off the pace now. He's looking physically in the best shape of his life is Brendan Hall, but I wonder if he's got something in the last 50. At the moment, it is a remarkable swim from Will Martin, who led from the very start, and he's just ahead of world record pace as well. Is Will Martin going to hold on and cause somewhat of a surprise? Coming in from lane 6, the 20-year-old Australian looking to claim his first ever medal. It's going to be gold, and just outside world record time, Paralympic record, 4:10.25, touches ahead of France's Hugo Didier, who takes the silver, and in bronze medal position, Alexander Tuckfield, a 4:13.54, as Hall misses out on the medals. The on-paper favourite, but what a swim from the 20-year-old, a man who is expected to do something in the years ahead. How he has come onto the scene here. What a way to win your first medal. Smash the Paralympic record, claim a gold. There are some interesting reactions, and Hugo Didier delighted with his medal, no doubt. But Will Martin, what a race. Tuckfield, bronze medalist, absolutely nothing wrong with his race. A little more measured in the way he went out, and maybe expended a little too much energy in going out so quickly in his preliminaries. Bear in mind, in para swimming, you swim the heats or preliminaries for your race on the same day that you swim the final, and this is a testing and punishing event.
There's Will Martin. He goes out fast. Look at his underwater. He is clearly the best underwater swimmer of anyone in this field. He uses his legs to extend the lead, a very even stroke. His underwater should be good because he is a butterflyer by trade. So every time he comes in, he's able to extend. Here he is coming into the wall, very smooth. He just had a phenomenal swim, 4:10. That's an excellent time for him. Coming into the wall right now, you see Didier trying to come on strong at the very end. He sprinted that last 50 the best he could, but he could not catch Will Martin coming off of those walls.
Well, Will Martin, that was a sensational swim from the youthful Australian, a man who's already proved that he can be that's Didier rather than Martin, silver medalist, but what a swim from Will Martin. He's a cricket fan, is Will Martin, like many Australians, and you would say that he's smashed this race for 6. He has taken gold quite remarkably in the men's 400-meter freestyle S9. Will Martin ahead of Hugo Didier of France, with Alexander Tuckfield claiming the bronze ahead of 2-time defending champion Brendan Hall. The women's 400-meter freestyle S9 final is upon us. And the start list for this race, we have got, again, some really big names going in this tie. In this race, let's introduce the swimmers. Summer Schmidt going for the United States in lane 8. Very much an outside chance from lane 8. Summer Schmidt, the 18-year-old. And also from the United States, 24-year-old Natalie Sims, one of 2 US swimmers who qualified for the final, swimming at her 2nd Paralympic Games. From the People's Republic of China, turning 19 today, Chu Jialing. She'll be looking to defend her 100 fly S9 title later on in this swimming competition. She goes in lane 7. Gold in 2016, Nuria Marquez Soto, the defending champion, in a race in which she she came from behind to claim gold. This is Lakeisha Patterson, reigning world champion. Very comfortable in the pool and somebody who knows how to win and is expected to win every time she gets in the pool. You could argue the same of Ellie Cole, who has taken 3 medals in this event down the years, twice bronze and silver in Rio, but she is a 6-time Paralympic gold medalist overall. Tony Shaw, the 18-year-old swimmer from Great Britain, who is looking to build on the success she had at London at the World Championships, most recently in 2019. While Sofia Konkuri of Hungary is the fastest qualifier. She went out really hard, so a 4:44.74 in the preliminaries. World record is still held by one of the greatest of them all. In 3 Paralympic Games, she picked up 13 gold medals. Natalie de Toy, still the world record holder, still the Paralympic record holder, and was the first Paralympic swimmer to qualify automatically for the Olympic Games, and is both an Olympian and a Paralympian, a remarkable individual. But so too are a host of the swimmers in the pool here. Ellie Cole is a name that has become almost synonymous with success, and certainly among the favourites for a medal here. But again, it's the young brigade that might cause a bit of a surprise. Stir the proverbial pot. Looking to get off to a good start. Quick reaction time from Sofia Konkuri, the Hungarian, who was quickest off the blocks and has a decent underwater as well. She's the reigning European champion, having claimed the gold in Funchal in Madeira in Portugal in 2020. But Sofia Konkuri, just 19 years old, but has got the experience of 1 Paralympic Games behind her as well, where she learned a great deal and in fact medaled in the 100 fly, one of her favorite events. But this is an event that she's shown a particular fondness for in recent years, and indeed is the European champ as a result. Ellie Cole, well, one of the stars of the Rising Phoenix documentary that is, I think, gained so much prominence around the world.
So right now you see Lakeisha Patterson. This is the Lakeisha Patterson that everyone knows and loves. She's going out hard. This morning, she went fairly slow. She really, you could tell, she was really saving up for tonight's final. She went 4:49. I expect her to go way closer to 4:35, which is her PB coming into this. She hits the wall first, 106.39. Good split for her. Lakeisha Patterson, she was formerly an S8. She beat Jessica Long, who some would describe as the greatest Paralympian of all time. She comes up to the S9 class, and she's dominating this event as well, which just goes to show you how good she is. Ellie Cole there, she's trying to hang in there. Recently, though, she's been training with the Campbell sisters more of in a sprint event. So, you know, the best she'd like to hang on for this, that would be great, but this really isn't her specialty. But here right now, you just see Lakeisha Patterson, she's going for it.
Well, she is somebody who has the know-how now. She might only be 22 years old, but Lucky Patterson, as some call her, Lakeisha Patterson, is really putting on a bit of a show here, the reigning world champion, and somebody who has already got a Paralympic gold medal in this 400-meter freestyle, but swimming as an S8 swimmer. She won in Rio de Janeiro in a 4:40. She is incredibly quick, and she's got some back-end speed as well, which is something that not every swimmer in this pool has and is able to compete with. Sophia Konkoli is still up there, so too Tony Shaw off the shoulder of Patterson, and it's Ellie Cole who's starting to trail off just a little now, but Lakeisha Patterson is showing some real power here.
This is actually an interesting matchup for second, third, and fourth, because you've got Tony Shaw and Sophia Konkoli with the right hand with the hand impairments, and then you have Ellie Cole, who's a single leg amputee. So she's going to have a hard time turning it on that last 100 because she's not going to have the kick to back it up. So she has to make sure that Tony Shaw and Sophia Konkoli don't get too far ahead of her.
Now, Tony Shaw swam a very smart race in the preliminaries and is looking to show what she's capable of, having claimed the European Championship title in the 400 free S9 in Dublin in Ireland back 3 years ago. This is an event that she's looked to take from strength to strength. Is swimming similar times to around that 4:42 mark that she posted in Dublin all of 3 years ago. A little bit of a move being made now by the 19-year-old Hungarian, who's looking to put herself to within a body length at least of Lakeisha Patterson, and indeed just nudge ahead of Tony Shaw, who's going to touch third. But it's Patterson ahead of Konkoli and then Shaw. Ellie Cole at the turn now is a little off the pace going into the final 100 meters.
And here you have, right, you can see it, Sophia Konkoli and Tony Shaw both turning on the legs here. They're going to make a charge for Lakeisha Patterson, who is not going to be able to match their leg speed. So Lakeisha's strategy was to go out, stay out, and try and stay strong. But if Sophia Konkoli and Tony Shaw, as soon as they start to use their legs, if they charge that last 50 and they're within striking distance, they have a very good chance of running down Lakeisha Patterson.
Well, just taking a look at some of the others in the pool, while the focus is very much on Lakeisha Patterson and Sophia Konkoli, who is showing tremendous fight to work her way back into gold medal contention, never mind fighting for a silver. She's done tremendously to do that and is going to put the pressure on Patterson here. The likes of Marcus Sauter, 2017 world champ, the defending champ, is completely out of medal contention. Ellie Cole too, but it's a battle for gold here. Into the final 15 meters they go, and it is Sophia Konkoli up against Lakeisha Patterson, who is going to take gold. It's going to come down to who touches on the stroke. Is it Patterson or Konkoli? It's Patterson of Australia who claims the gold medal. 4:36.68 ahead of a 4:36.72. Tony Shaw of Great Britain gives Team GB their first medal in the pool here, but what a swim and what a finish from Konkoli in particular. But Lakeisha Patterson on the stroke managed to land it. Just touching in fifth, Chu Chia Ling on her 19th birthday of 4:51. She's out of the medals, but what a swim overall. Ellie Cole misses out narrowly as she finished fourth. But lucky Lakeisha Patterson. There's nothing lucky about that. But her nickname is certainly lived up. Well, she's lived up to a nickname here with the gold medal. Sophia Konkoli was closing so fast, and I thought she'd almost timed her. I thought she timed her race to perfection.
She needed another 5 meters to go, but she has nothing to be upset about in that race. Here's Ellie Cole on the start. She's very good getting in, which she should be because she had a slow reaction time, but she is good off the blocks typically. Here in the 400, and there's Lakeisha Patterson. She goes out early and she establishes a dominating lead against the rest of the field. And she has to do this because as I was saying, she does not have the leg strength to match up against Tony Shaw and Sophia Konkoli on the way home. So she has to go out and she has to stay and really continue to extend that lead the best that she can. Here she is on the wall, goes right into the streamline, and she pops up right up to the surface. She can't really do that underwater kick. And here you have the finish. You can't even tell. They are almost in line with each other. Sofia Konkoly using everything that she has with her legs to come in, and she almost out-touches her, but Lakeisha Patterson is able to hold her off.
Quite sensational from Lakeisha Patterson. Just when I thought that Konkoly had timed her swim to perfection. In fact, they both came in on the stroke. Nobody caught between strokes. It was so well timed from Patterson. All you need to do is touch first, and indeed she managed to do that. Sofia Konkoly, the way she fought back, she was contesting for potentially a silver or bronze medal a long way back, and in the final 100 made it count. The defending champion finished 6th for Spain, Nuria Marquez Soto. Chu Jialing on her 19th birthday, 5th. Ellie Cole, the 6-time gold medalist, misses out on a medal. But Lakeisha Patterson gives Australia the 2nd medal in the pool, gold medal in the pool. The men's 100-meter backstroke S1 final now. When the number of athletes is under 8 or under, there is no need for preliminaries. This is one of the events that did not have a morning heat or a heat session. So to introduce the swimmers individually here. An event long time dominated by the Ukrainian Hennady Boyko. Alexei Talay of Belarus goes in lane 1. The 51-year-old Colombian Luis Rojas goes in lane 7. Man who swam in Rio, but has been competing for the last 8 years on the international stage. He goes in 7. Jose Ronaldo de Silva will go in lane 2 for Brazil. The man who took up the sport in 2015. From Greece, Dimitrios Karipidis. He goes in lane 6 for this final. Silver medalist from 2016 behind Hennady Boyko. Francesco Betella, European champion, the fastest time in the world this year, set in Madeira. Favorite for gold. He will go in 3. Anton Kohl will be swimming in lane 5 for Ukraine, hoping to continue the pedigree that was set forth by Hennady Boyko, the world record holder, Paralympic record holder. But the 2nd fastest swimmer in the world this year is the European silver medalist Iyad Shalabi of Israel. And there are many that fancy his chances of a gold medal in this, the men's 100 backstroke S1. Now retired Hennady Boyko, on his way to gold in 2016, set the world record and the Paralympic record. And there are few that would be able to challenge his world record of 2:08:01. So making his way to the side of the pool. The athletes in the lower classifications, most notably, are going to be swimming by starting in the pool, not only in the backstrokes, but in various other strokes. Usually it is the backstroke, the only stroke in which the swimmers will start in the pool. So having been called to the pool deck and introduced separately, they are about to go up against one another for gold, silver and bronze. 5 years of dedicated training, all these adjustments, and subsequently waiting for the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games to take place. 5 years since Rio. Talai, De Silva, Petela, Shalabi, Cole, Karipiris, and Rojas. Owing to their impairment, there are some swimmers who have no control to keep themselves up against the wall. They do have assistants who will help. And the assistants do not communicate directly with them, and they are not allowed to give them any sort of force or push off the wall either. But into the final we go then. This is the men's 100-meter backstroke S1. And effectively, after the retirement of Hennady Boyko, who is going to accept the baton? There is much anticipation to see if Iyad Shalabi or indeed Francesco Petela will be the swimmer who takes that mantle, while Anton Cole is hoping, as a fellow Ukrainian, to take up that mantle himself. It is these three swimmers who find themselves out in front through 25 meters.
So you saw in the start, all of these swimmers required assistance, and you mentioned how the helper really can't provide them or speak to them. They can't really show any emotion. So as soon as you enter into the ready room, the communication between the athlete and the assistant is nothing. They can't communicate at all. Otherwise, the assistant will be asked to leave. The swimmers here, you'll see, they're almost all using a double arm backstroke. This is important in the lower classification. So the S1 means that these swimmers have the most severe impairments. And they're using the double arm backstroke because it creates stability. They can't do a shoulder roll, which requires rotation. And by using a double arm backstroke, they're able to maximize their pull under the water. So they don't have that windmill stroke, but instead they get the advantage of using two arms at once and pulling more water, which for them is the most effective way to move across the pool because they're effectively dragging their lower half behind them.
It's Dimitris Karipidis, a man who formerly has medaled at the European Championships as recently as at the World Championships rather, but has recently been contesting medals even at the European Championships of last year. But at the moment, the question is whether or not Shalabi is going to be holding on. He has got a little bit of a lead. Cole is coming back strongly here, and Petela looks to be fading ever so slightly. It seems his dream of claiming Paralympic gold is fading fast. But Anton Cole is making up some room here. Has he got enough time in the water to be able to catch up to Shalabi, who is fading quickly? Can Shalabi hold on? The 34-year-old from Israel, desperate to crawl to the water, just claws his way to the gold medal. Does Iyad Shalabi, and posts a 2:28.04. That is a fantastic swim from the Israeli swimmer, the European silver medalist. He might have been the second fastest in the world this year over this distance, but he is fastest in the pool right here, right now at Tokyo 2020. He is a gold medalist ahead of the fast closing Anton Cole, the Ukrainian, with a fantastic comeback to set up a rather dramatic touch for the gold medal. He claims the silver, and bronze going to Francesco Petela of Italy, who claims yet another major international medal. Quite fantastic from Petela. It's Alexei Talai of Belarus. He and Luis Rojas still in the pool, making their way to the wall. But what a swim from Shalabi, and what a touch. Really not sure whether Shalabi or Cole who'd be first to the wall, but a fantastic event. Italy's Francesco Petela, the pole sitter to gold, that has ended up with a bronze medal, but won a fine bronze medal behind Shalabi, who put on an outstanding display, and Cole. And indeed, Alexei Talai been welcomed home by a host of fellow athletes and technical staff who sit in the arena, has crowd support. So a new generation has begun in the S1. And certainly in this backstroke event, Chalabi, Anton Cole, 2:28 for Anton Cole, not far off the winning time as well, 2:28.29, just a quarter of a second behind Chalabi. And Francesco Bettella with his bronze medal.
Here's the start for Chalabi. You see, he doesn't get anything off the wall at all, and he immediately goes into the double arm backstroke. Now here for the S1, which is very surprising because most of the time the swimmers are really spread out and they're not that close together. But here, for really one of the first times I've seen it in the lower classes, especially in the S1, you had Bettella, Chalabi, and Cole all very close together. And here you have Chalabi and Cole. I mean, you can't even tell virtually who's in first. They're very close. That was an excellent swim by Chalabi.
Quite remarkable. A man who's the subject of a documentary, swimming against the current, is now a Paralympic champion. Iyad Chalabi has genuinely swum against the current and he's come out on top. He is a champion. It's the men's 100-meter backstroke S2 final. Rodrigo Santillan of Peru is first swimmer to be introduced, going in lane 8. Aristidis Makrodemitris of Greece goes in lane 1. Jacek Czech of Poland goes in lane 7. 2:14.25 in the preliminaries for the Polish swimmer. Kamil Latowski, also of Poland, a 2:12.80 swim in the preliminaries. He goes in lane 2.
In lane 6, representing Brazil, Gabriel dos Santos Araújo.
Representing Brazil is Gabriel dos Santos Araújo. Fastest time in the world this year. He set it at the Brazilian national trials. He'll go in 6. Roman Bondarenko of Ukraine goes in lane 3.
Lane 5, representing Chile,
Certainly among the favourites for the gold medal is the Chilean Alberto Abarza. Come to Tokyo as a genuine medal contender. And the fastest in qualifying, Vladimir Danilenko, a 2:02 swim in the preliminaries, but a man who is capable of going sub 2 minutes. Full lineup for you that'll see a genuine battle that should develop between Gabriel dos Santos Araújo, Alberto Abarza, Danilenko, and not to be discounted, Roman Bondarenko. Solian Kang, champion 5 years ago, is a man who still holds the world record of 1:45.25. Final moments of preparation for the men in this 100-meter backstroke S2 final. Gabriel Geraldo dos Santos Araújo of Brazil, among the favorites. Has actually swum the 2 fastest times this year overall at the national trials in Brazil. And he will start with a towel in his mouth in lane 6. Makrodemitris, Sotovsky, Bondarenko, Danilenko, Abarza, Araújo, Czech and Santillan. And releases off the wall. Now, the swimmers are not directly aided by anybody, but they need to, they can use assistance to start without being directly aided. So just managing to hold onto the wall by holding the towel in his mouth, and a magnificent underwater from the Brazilian early on. But with no arm, his power is generated by his incredible ability to move his body and really limit the drag in the pool as well. But a lot of power generated from his legs.
Yeah, he's just basically doing a fly kick on his back to propel himself down the pool. That is, you know, you saw in the push-off when he was underwater, that fly kick underwater is the fastest that you can go. And so he maximizes that speed. The question then just becomes whether or not he can hang on. And now next to him, you see Danilenko. He's doing the typical windmill backstroke, and he is coming up on him because his stroke rate is going to be faster. So Araujo has the advantage coming off the wall and coming off the start. But then in the middle of the pool, you see the other swimmers start to come up because they have the advantage of the stroke.
And right now, he is, I dare say, realizing that he might not have the strength to hold on here. Maybe not quite the advantage that he would have liked off the wall. But up alongside him is Alberto Abarza, the bronze medalist of the last 2 World Championships, the Pan American champion most recently. And then a bit of a chase on here for Vladimir Danilenko. We've decided who the top 3 are going to be. It's about which order they finish in right now. It looks like it's going to be a South American affair with Chile and Brazil claiming the top 2 and Danilenko rounding out the top 3. Bondarenko going in lane 3 for Ukraine is just outside the medals, and indeed so too for Jacek Czech, a 2:10 swimmer. But this is going to be a very, very tight battle. Going to the wall, though, it looks like it is Alberto Abarza who is going to live up to the reputation and the favourites tag as he touches first and claims gold for Chile in the pool. It's Dos Santos Arrojo who claims the silver for Brazil, and Danilenko, who many expected to swim to gold here, finishes with bronze medal. A good, fine swim, but the celebration from Arrojo, he is delighted with his silver medal. Coming to the wall now is fellow South American, Rodrigo Santillan. What a swim for South America. Chile victorious, and a silver for Brazil. Magnificent swim. The 19-year-old Araujo, so very excited. That is a fantastic tussle between 3. And again, in the lower classes, you mentioned the fact that we're unaccustomed to seeing such tight finishes. Vladimir Danilenko, capable of going slightly quicker, but a bronze medal, absolutely nothing wrong. Look at this underwater.
Yeah, you see the start from Araujo. He gets way ahead of the rest of the field, just using his legs to propel himself down the way. So here he hits the wall. He's going to be faster off the wall than the other 2 because Abarza and Danilenko, they lose all the momentum that they have going into the wall because they can only use their arms. And here, coming down, here's Abarza. He just chases down Araujo, and he comes in and he strokes as fast as he possibly can, maximizing speed with his arms. He's got to be happy with that swim.
Oh, yes. Oh, that is simply fantastic. Celebrations all around, but delighted for the continents they are representing. 3 South American swimmers and 2 would end up with medals in the pool. Gold and silver at that. Alberto Abarza with the victory just outside the 2-minute mark, 2 minutes, 0.4. Gabriel Araujo with a superb silver medal for Brazil, and Vladimir Danilenko, representing the Russian Paralympic Committee, finds himself finishing in bronze medal position. Just outside the medals is Jacek Czech, Aristidis Makaridimitris finishing 5th overall for Greece. This is the women's 100-meter backstroke S2 final.
Ladies and gentlemen,
start list is dominated by one name. You will have seen the Singaporean flag perhaps waving in the venue, and that is because Yip, who goes in lane 4, well, somebody who has been so completely dominant in their event. And this is very much her event. She's the reigning Paralympic and world champion, the world record holder. She's inspired a generation of para swimmers, and not just in Singapore. But introducing the individual swimmers. Now, Elif Ildem has done brilliantly as an S1 swimmer to qualify for the S2 final. So not enough swimmers to go in the S1 classification, but she swam and qualified with S2s and has made her way into the final, representing Turkey, going in lane 8. Zanet Adami of Hungary goes in lane 1.
In lane 7, representing Mexico, Fabiola Ramirez.
Going in lane 7 for Mexico, Fabiola Ramirez, 2:52.80 swim in qualifying.
2, representing Team RPC, Veronica Mechanova.
It's Veronica Mechanova from the Russian Paralympic Committee. She goes in lane 2.
In lane 6, representing Italy, Angela Procida.
The Italian Angela Procida goes in lane 6. Oh, that was a massive sigh.
Lane 3,
Oh, the nerves, the heart is pumping. There's definitely some nerves on the pool deck heading up to the starting position. Yamada Miyuki looking to give their hosts a first Paralympic swimming medal.
lane 5, representing People's
And she's got a good chance as well, representing Japan, Yamada.
Fang Yashu.
Fang Yashu, the silver medalist from Rio 2016, will go alongside a long-time nemesis, but representing Singapore, Yip Pin Chu, the reigning Paralympic champion, the reigning world champion, the current world record holder, and the flag of Singapore is very proudly being displayed by technical officials, fellow Singapore team members. 2:07.09. There are only a couple of swimmers that have gone below 2:30, and Yip, a 2:07 PB, which happens to be the world record. She's just set herself apart in this discipline, in this event. One of the most dominant swimmers of not just this generation, but of any generation. I'm very proud to represent Singapore, whose swimming status has improved so dramatically over the last decade in both Paralympic and Olympic swimming. So a plunge into the pool. The pool is 5 meters deep here at the Tokyo Aquatics Center, 50-meter pool. Padded on either end, the touch pads that register the athlete having reached on either side of the wall. Just waiting for all the swimmers to get into their positions. Starting in the backstroke. Again with the assistants, Adami, Mechanova, Yamada, Yip, Fang, Procida, Ramirez, and Ildem. Ildem, the only S1 swimmer in this race. Now, looking to live up to expectation. Watch out for Yip going in lane 4.
And here she goes. One thing that really separates Yip from the rest of the field, it's really two things. One is her stroke rate. She's just pulling so much faster than anyone else in this heat right now. And so even though, she was behind at the start, it doesn't really take her that long to make up a lot of ground. The other thing that she's doing in comparison to the other swimmers is she's rotating her shoulders. That is critical in the backstroke, and it helps to reduce drag whenever your arm goes into the water. And it also means that, it increases the speed of her stroke rate. So here she is again. She's going down. I think really with Yip, the question is not whether or not she's going to win. It's whether or not she's going to break her own world record.
Yeah. And that's fair enough to say. I mean, she was classified initially as an S4, and she was winning. She was classified as an S3, she was winning. She's classified as an S2, and she has been so absolutely dominant. And incredible stroke that she's got. And as you say, it's just seemingly an abundance of energy that she's able to produce. It's Yamada, though, who is closest to her, and very much hoping to secure a first medal in the pool for Japan, the host nation. Fang, silver medalist in Rio, is touched just outside the top three. Third was Mitchainova of RPC going in lane 2. But very close for the bronze medal currently between 3 swimmers. It's indeed Mitchainova, Ramirez, and Fang.
And Yamada is actually, she's hanging in there with Yip. I mean, she looks really good right now. There's really no one else after the second place position that's close to these two. Now you see Yip starting to pull away and extend her lead. She's relying on her arms entirely. You can also see that even though she doesn't really have control over her hands, she is able to pull water and control her stroke underneath. With these swimmers, you generate speed, it's underwater. So you want a fast turnover, and if possible, you don't want to just be, your arms shouldn't just be there for the ride.
And certainly not just there for the ride. She's got to come to the wall. It's outside of her own world record time, but yet again, she is a gold medalist in a major international tournament. She is a champion once more at the Paralympic Games, and Yamada does claim Japan's first medal in the pool. And I can tell you that all the Japanese technical officials around us here are on their feet and applauding. Who's going to claim bronze, though? It is Ramirez, remarkably, who has managed to come back. She was 5th at the wall, 6th in fact, has managed to come back brilliantly to go beyond Fang, to go beyond Mitchainova among them, and claim a spectacular bronze medal for Mexico going in lane 7. Well, that was just a fantastic swim from the Mexican. For Yamada, superb. But for Yip, the champion, flag bearer at the opening ceremony of the Rio 2016 Games. So much was expected of her, and indeed she delivered. And has delivered once again. Yip of Singapore is a champion again, and another global gold to go with her so incredible a collection. A trophy cabinet that continues to grow. There's the 3rd place, Ramirez. How about that for a back end?
You're telling me.
She went from 6th to 5th to 4th to bronze medal over the 50 meters.
I know, and everyone was really concentrating on the 1st and 2nd, but then Ramirez came in with a phenomenal swim for 3rd.
And superb for the host nation as Yamada Miyuki. Just glorious to see as well what it means to the host nation. All Japanese around us rising to their feet and applauding as she came home. But there was very little doubt about who was going to win this race.
Here's Yip right now. Look at her stroke. And you can just see how she moves. She's so much faster than anyone else. She keeps her head straight. You could probably balance a quarter on there if you wanted. She keeps her arms going, and really, as she comes into the wall, it's almost like she accelerates by just increasing her turnover coming in, and that's how she won. I mean, every time she swims, it's amazing.
Very happy to take it to the wall and claim yet again a gold medal. An inspiration to so many is Yip. Just confirming, gold, silver and bronze. Singapore's Pinchu Yip claiming the gold medal ahead of Yamada Miyuki of Japan, who win their first medal as the host nation in the pool. And Fabiola Ramirez with a superb swim and absolutely sensational closing 25 meters to win bronze for Mexico. Now touching the silver medalist of 5 years ago, Fang.
and gentlemen, this is the victory ceremony.
This is the victory ceremony for the men's 400-meter Freestyle S9.
ただいまより男子400メートル自由形 S9 の表彰式を行います。
Gold, silver and bronze medals to be handed out.
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
The medalists to be introduced individually onto the podium places: bronze, silver and gold. 2 Australians on the podium. And we'll have 2 presenters.
Will be presented by Dr. Mike Peters.
The medals will be presented by Dr. Mike Peters, the
Paralympic Committee.
Chief Executive Officer of the International Paralympic Committee. While the President of Panasonic, Mr. Kasumi Yuki, will present the flowers.
Kasumi Yuki, President of Panasonic Corporation.
続きまして、パナソニック株式会社代表取締役
Bronze medalist representing Australia.
銅メダリスト
Representing Australia, the bronze medalist, is a man who has signalled just what he is capable of doing in the future. Alexander Tuckfield, at 16 years old, swam a superb qualifier in the preliminary session. Qualified quickest for the final, but in the final it was experience that came to the fore. And at 16, he has gained some invaluable experience by winning this bronze medal. Alexander Tuckfield of Australia.
Silver medalist representing France.
銀メダリストフランス
Hugo Didier.
Now, Hugo Didier is... if you caught the big shout in the background, that's because we are seated not very far from the French commentary position. There is a great deal of excitement regarding the exciting swimmers' prospects after this silver in the pool. Hugo Didier, second, and a silver medal for the man who is Toulouse-based.
Gold medalist and the Paralympic champion representing Australia.
But the man who is the Paralympic champion of Tokyo 2020, the winner of the first gold medal in the pool at Tokyo 2020. His name is Will Martin, the 20-year-old who suffered a stroke in 2007. He swam a smart race. He took a few risks, went out a little harder than might have been sensible, but when you're 20, you're made of magic. And he has just turned a little reality into magic. William Martin is gold medalist and Paralympic champion. And the first national anthem we will hear in the Tokyo Aquatics Centre of Tokyo 2020 is Advance Australia Fair as a result of his achievement. Australia was expected to succeed in the men's 400-meter freestyle S9. But the two-time defending champion and world record holder of Australia was unable to make the podium. Bronze to Alexander Tuckfield, silver to Ugo Didier, and gold for the Paralympic champion of Tokyo 2020, Will Martin. Australian delegation are absolutely delighted with the results of the opening two races, and why not? Will Martin is a champion. Alex Tuckfield, a bronze medalist, and Hugo Didier, the future of European swimming, undoubtedly at 19, silver medalist. This is the victory ceremony for the women's 400-meter freestyle S9.
400 meters freestyle S9.
皆様、ただいまより女子 400m 自由形 S9 の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
The medalists: bronze, silver and gold. And the 400-meter freestyle to be presented to these three athletes. Dr. Mike Peters will present the medals, and Mr. Kasumi Yuki will present the flowers.
Bronze medalist representing Great Britain,
銅メダリスト、英国。
Tony Shaw.
The 18-year-old Tony Shaw looks ever so excited, and why not? Success on a global stage at her first Paralympic Games. A fine swim and a wonderful result. First medal in the pool for Great Britain here at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre. Bronze to Tony Shaw of Great Britain.
Silver medalist representing Hungary,
銀メダリスト、ハンガリー。
Sofia Konkoy.
Representing Hungary, Sofia Konkoly was only an absolute shade behind the eventual gold medalist, one of the finest back ends we've seen in the pool. She swam from out of contention for a medal into a silver medal position. A fantastic swim and a richly deserved medal. She's claimed silver in the women's 400-meter freestyle S9 and a first for Hungary in the pool.
Gold medalist and your Paralympic champion representing Australia,
金メダリスト、パラリンピックチャンピオン、オーストラリア。
Lakeisha Patterson.
Now, Lakeisha Patterson, champion in the S8 in Rio. She is champion in the S9 in Tokyo. The reigning world champion from Australia claims the first gold medal in the women's event at Tokyo 2020. As Australia got off to a rollicking start in the pool. And after receiving her gold medal, Lakeisha Patterson, champion again. And we will hear Advance Australia Fair for the victor. A fantastic swim is rewarded with the most fantastic result. A gold medal in the pool for Lakeisha Patterson in the women's 400-meter freestyle S9. Sophia Konkoli inches away from claiming gold, a silver medalist, and indeed a fine bronze for Great Britain's Tony Shaw. Smiles all round. The swimmers asked to remove their masks for the photographs, and then they'll pop them straight back on. There are several protocols that everybody in Tokyo has been asked to adhere to. And that's from the athletes to the production staff to technical officials. Nearly 70,000 people in total. But there are your medalists. Gold, silver and bronze to Patterson, Konkoli and Shaw. So this is the start list for the men's 100-meter butterfly S14. 8 swimmers going in search of gold, silver and bronze. Athletes representing a host of different nationalities, including Iceland. Australia well represented, but let's take a look at who the 8 starters are. Cho Won-sang of People's Republic of Korea, the Republic of Korea rather, going in lane 8. The 20-year-old Iceland swimmer, world champion in the 200 IM. Robert Isak Jonsson goes in lane 1.
Lane 7, representing Australia.
Ricky Beta, born in Osaka, around 400 kilometers from Tokyo, finds himself now swimming not very far from where he was born and hoping to claim some success. Yamaguchi Naohide, a man who has the backing of so many in this arena. I'm going to say that Benjamin Hans, or Ben Hans, is certainly a bit of a showman. He goes absolutely flat out when he's in the pool. And a man who's really come out of nowhere, but he's become a crowd favorite. Lawrence Sapp goes for the United States in lane 3. In lane 5, Gabriel Bandera, hoping to go closer to the man who's the reigning world champion and world record holder. He represents Great Britain. He's expected to claim Great Britain's first gold medal in the pool at Tokyo 2020. And there'd be very few who doubt he is capable of doing exactly that in this race. Rhys Dunn, the only swimmer here to have gone sub 55 seconds. And set a Paralympic record in the preliminaries. Larry Sapp, representing Team USA in the sport class S14 for swimmers with intellectual impairment. Jonsson, Yamaguchi, Sapp, Dunn, Bandera, Hans, Betar and Cho. 2 lengths of this Olympic-sized pool. This is the men's 100-meter butterfly S14 final. And after a really good start, Gabriel Bandera is looking to get into his stroke immediately. He's looking really good. So too is Yamaguchi, perhaps inspired by swimming at home in lane 2. But Rhys Dunn is the class act, and he is looking to hit the wall first. But there's a host of swimmers that might very well be around about the Dunn mark at the 50.
Yeah, so here's Rhys Dunn. He's actually 3rd at the wall, 25.81. The guy who hit first is Lawrence Sapp, Larry Sapp from the United States. Here, but now Rhys Dunn on the way home. You would have expected him to be first by now, but instead it's the Brazilian, and Larry Sapp really has dropped back to 3rd. So the question is, can Rhys Dunn chase him down?
Well, this is the case. Yamaguchi is looking to chase down Sapp for the bronze medal here, but it looks to be Bandera who's going to cause an upset and a shock victory here in Paralympic record time. This is the first real upset of the Paralympic Games. What a performance from Gabriel Bandera, who has managed to beat the reigning world champion, the world record holder, and suddenly, oh yes, give me some glory, show me some love. Look at the celebration. This is a genuine upset win, and this will be a famous victory for Brazil, a nation that is not unfamiliar to winning superb gold medals. Rhys Dunn is the man who takes the silver. It's not close to his best time, but just never able to catch the Brazilian Bandera. What a swim from Hans as well to get himself into bronze medal from lane 6. The Australian showman.
Here you see Rhys Dunn. He was looking good that first 50, but he really didn't establish himself the way that we would have expected to. The Brazilian also sort of behind at the 50, but then it's the second half where he just takes it. Look at his underwater. You see him. He pops up. He's ahead of Rhys Dunn. No one would have expected that, but his stroke is beautiful, and he just slams into the wall. Does an excellent swim.
Absolutely superb from the Brazilian. He had been swimming in non-disabled competitions as a teenager, and somebody who's not unaccustomed to challenging far more favoured individuals in the pool. What a result. Massive upset. And the world champion has been downed. And his own Paralympic record now gone. Gabriel Bandeira, sub 55 seconds, 54.76 for the 21-year-old Brazilian ahead of Rhys Dunn and Benjamin James Hans. Ben Hans with a fine bronze for Australia. This is the final for the women's 100-meter butterfly S14.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the women's 100 meters butterfly S14 final.
女子100メートルバタフライ S14 決勝選手の入場です。
It's the start list then for the women's 100 fly S14 final. And this is one of those races that promises to be a rather enthralling affair. It's a genuine battle that might develop between Valeria Shabalina, Paige Leonhardt, Jessica Jane Applegate and Chan Yu Lam. To introduce the swimmers, Chung Ho Ying of Hong Kong, China, one of two swimmers from Hong Kong who go in this women's 100 fly S14 final. Kinoshita Muemi looking to claim a medal from lane 1.
Representing Australia,
第7レーンオーストラリア代表
Ruby Storm.
Ruby Storm recently moved from Melbourne to Sunshine Coast. Looking really relaxed, but she's burst onto the swimming scene in Australia. She goes in lane 7. Louise Fittes goes in lane 2 for Great Britain. 107.68 in qualifying for Fittes.
第6レーン英国代表
Jessica Jane Applegate.
My compatriot Jessica Jane Applegate goes in lane 6.
In lane 3, representing Hong Kong, China.
第3レーン香港チャイナ代表
The second swimmer from Hong Kong, China in the pool in this race, Chan Yu Lam.
In lane 5, representing Australia.
Going in lane 5,
Paige Leonhardt.
the 20-year-old Paige Leonhardt, who made a couple of finals in Rio at the Paralympic Games, but ended up claiming silver in the 100-meter breaststroke SB9 final at the Commonwealth Games in Gold Coast. But it's going to take some effort to beat this athlete representing the Russian Paralympic Committee, Valeria Shabalina, the world record holder, the Paralympic record holder, and one swim away from yet another major global title.
女子100メートルバタフライ S14 決勝です。
Multiple world champion, Chan Yu Lam. Going for Hong Kong, China, swimming in 3. Paige Leonhardt, who knows how to take races to her competitors. This will be an intriguing race. Jessica Jane Applegate also well capable of producing a medal result in this race. Kinoshita, Fittes, Chan, Shabalina, Leonhardt, Applegate, Storm and Chung. Getting away very quickly, going in lane 5, Paige Leonhardt. That is very much her style. Looks for the underwater, but it's Jessica Jane Applegate who broke water early, very quickly into her stroke, and looking good as she is looking to take the first 50 out harder, but Shabalina is coming into it immediately, and once she's into her stroke, she's gone from half a body length down to half a body length in front, approaching the wall at 50.
And you can see Shabalina, she not only breathes to her front, but she also breathes to her side. This allows her to get a peek at whoever else is in the heat and to look at her position. So, you know, she knows if she needs to speed up or what. For this second 50, she's going to try and build it. She's taken the lead, and now all she needs to do is to hang on against any last-minute surges from the other folks who are coming down the way. But she looks very good right now.
Well, Shabalina, there was talk that her plans for gold might have been upset here. Paige Leonhardt, who swam the fastest time in the world this year just 2 months ago and was looking to upset the apple cart, so to speak, but it is going to be Shabalina, and she's going to do it and crush her own world record in the process. Shabalina swims sub 104, 103.59, the first swimmer to go sub 104. Leonhardt with a sensational silver medal, but talk about sensational, almost out of nowhere. Ruby Storm has absolutely stormed into the bronze medal position here. Well, she has confounded many a swimmer who was expected to take something more from this. The British swimmers have not been able to find the finishes they wanted in the pool, but Valeria Shabalina, absolutely brilliant in breaking her own world record, a 103.59. She's the only swimmer who's gone sub 104, and she's done it again. Ruby Storm, maybe a little disbelief at the result, but it is true. Ruby Storm.
Here they are coming into the water. They pop up. Shabalina, she pops up a little bit earlier than the others, but her stroke is cleaner. As I said, she breathes to the front, she breathes to the left, she breathes to the right, just to get a peek at where everyone else is. A lot of flyers can't do that. They find that it feels uncomfortable. Here she is coming home. Her stroke doesn't weaken at all, which is tremendous for a flyer. A lot of swimmers, they start to tire a bit in the back half, but instead Shabalina builds, and that's how she set the world record. That is an excellent time for her, obviously a personal best.
Well, when your personal best is a world record and you've done it on the grandest global stage, well, this is a race that tells you so many stories. Shabalina has been there and done it all before, and she is still on the verge of tears. Ruby Storm on the verge of tears, the 17-year-old who's come to such incredible prominence in recent months. And she claimed the relay bronze in the World Championships, but now she's got a bronze in the women's 100 fly S14, an individual event. Fantastic. And Paige Leonhardt, superb silver in an event in which a world record was smashed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the victory ceremony for the men's 100 meters backstroke. S1.
It's the victory ceremony for the men's 100-meter backstroke S1.
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
The medals will be presented by Mr. Yamawaki Yasushi, governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
メダルの贈呈は国際パラリンピック委員会理事。
The medals will be presented by Mr. Yamawaki Yasushi, the governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee, while Ms. Alex Mann is the Chief Executive Officer of Channel 4, the United Kingdom. Who will present the flowers. The bronze medalist from Italy, Francesco Bettella. Bettella, a silver medal from 5 years ago in Rio, a European champion, a man who came into this final with the fastest time in the world in 2021. Now sporting bronze, representing Italy proudly.
Representing Ukraine, 銀メダリスト、ウクライナ、Anton Cole.
Representing Ukraine, the home nation of the great S1 swimmer Hennady Boyko, who remains the world record holder in this event. Anton Cole, whose fight back in the final 50 meters was something to behold. Nearly got himself into gold medal contention. Just a quarter of a second outside of the gold medal.
Gold medalist and the Paralympic champion representing Israel.
金メダリスト、パラリンピックチャンピオン、イスラエル。
Iyad Shalabi.
Representing Israel, Iyad Shalabi is your Paralympic champion in the men's 100-meter backstroke S1. He was alongside Francesco Bettella at the recent European Championships, but that was where he was receiving a silver medal, and Bettella had the gold around his neck. Now he is alongside Bettella again on the podium, but it is Bettella with the bronze and Shalabi with his first Paralympic gold medal and a first for Israel in the pool. And now for the national anthem of Israel.
皆様、イスラエル国歌の演奏です。
The national anthem of Israel as we celebrate the victory of Iyad Shalabi. He takes gold ahead of Anton Cole of Ukraine and Italy's Francesco Bettella with a bronze medal in the men's 100-meter backstroke S1. This is the victory ceremony in the men's 100-meter backstroke S2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 100 meters backstroke S2.
皆様、ただいまより男子100メートル背泳ぎ S2 の表彰式を行います。
Medalists making their way out. Will receive their medals from the IPC governing board member, Mr. Yamawaki Yasushi, while Alex Mann, the CEO of Channel 4 UK, will present the flowers.
Bronze medalist representing RPC.
銅メダリスト RPC
Vladimir Danilenko.
Vladimir Danilenko was fastest in the qualifying. He just looked excited to be in the pool, and he is delighted to receive his bronze medal representing the Russian Paralympic Committee. Oh, he's absolutely and utterly enamored with this. Vladimir Danilenko, bronze medalist in the men's 100 backstroke S2.
Silver medalist representing Brazil.
銀メダリストブラジル
The silver medalist representing Brazil. Oh, he's got to move, he's got to dance. And let me tell you, he's got some pace in the pool. Gabriel dos Santos Araújo, the silver medalist, who for so long looked like he might just hold on and claim the gold medal. Real power through his body, some wonderful technique for a man who came into this race with the fastest time in the world over the year, with his very impressive underwaters, particularly from the start. But silver for Araújo of Brazil.
Gold medalist and the Paralympic champion representing Chile.
金メダリストパラリンピックチャンピオンチリ
Alberto Abarza.
Well, the gold medalist is representing Chile. What a race it was for South America as a continent. Brazilian Araújo with the silver and gold to the Chilean, the reigning Parapan champion, bronze medalist at the last two World Championships. He has upgraded not by one but by two to gold for Alberto Abarza. Your champion in the men's 100-meter backstroke S2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem.
For the national anthem of Chile.
皆様チリ国歌の演奏です
A historic medal as well for a country that has had precious little success at the Paralympic Games. It's certainly the first swimmer from Chile to claim a gold medal. I think only the second ever from the National Paralympic Committee of Chile. Alberto Abarza is champion of the men's 100 backstroke S2 ahead of Gabriel Araújo, who will be around for a while yet, the 19-year-old. Vladimir Danilenko representing RPC, bronze medalist for this event. Araujo. Oh, he just looks absolutely delighted. But he's got the blue steel. Oh yes. He's got the smile for the camera. What a day for Chile at the Paralympic Games. What a race for South America. Gold, silver and bronze, fist bumps all around. And sharing a light moment. Such friendly banter and wonderful experience. And so many opportunities to interact with people from different cultures, different countries. So many different experiences for the athletes at the Paralympic Games. Oh, he's quite literally taking a bow, Araujo, and now he's having a little dance. He's taking in every moment of this. It's the first Paralympic medal. I have no doubt that he is going to see a few more of those in his career. This is the victory ceremony for the women's 100-meter backstroke S2.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the victory ceremony for the women's 100 meters backstroke S2.
皆様、ただいまより女子 100m 背泳ぎ S2 の表彰式を行います。
The governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee, Yamawaki Yasushi, will present the medals.
Please welcome the
Be
medalists.
accompanied by Alexandra Mann, CEO of Channel 4 UK. In an event in which Singapore was expected to claim the gold medal. And Yip did not disappoint. True to form. A spectacular CV has just grown by another medal.
Representing Mexico,
銅メダリスト、メキシコ、
Fabiola Ramirez.
Now, Fabiola Ramirez was at one stage in 6th position in the race. At 5th. Oh. Well, she got a feeling of gold now. Maybe that's in her future. Given the social distancing and the limited touching of surfaces according to the COVID protocols, the athletes will take the medals themselves or their assistants rather than have the medals hung around their necks, which is the custom. Fabiola Ramirez representing Mexico with a stupendous back end. The last 25 meters, she was sensational when she swung herself in to win a bronze medal. The first medal for the host nation at Tokyo 2020, Yamada Miyuki. It was a proud moment for Japan as they watched this race, knowing full well that gold was expected to go the way of Singapore. But Yamada Miyuki, for 75 meters, was not far off the eventual champion, and she has the first medal of the Paralympic Games for the host nation. Such incredible leg strength, and used it to full advantage. What a moment for Yamada Miyuki, the first Japanese medalist in the pool at Tokyo 2020.
Paralympic champion representing Singapore.
金メダリスト、パラリンピックチャンピオン、シンガポール、
Yip Hing-Siew.
Representing Singapore, one of the most dominant swimmers in her class and of her generation. Yip Pin-Chu successfully defended her title, the reigning world champion, the world record holder. Flag bearer for Singapore in both literal and figurative sense. She has been an inspiration. And Singapore's swimming success continues. And now, following her victory, we will hear the national anthem of Singapore, Majulah Singapura.
シンガポール国歌の演奏です。
Another emotional moment for an athlete who's been on the top rung of the podium so many times previously. Representing Singapore, Yip Pin-Chu, Yamada Miyuki with Japan's first medal, and Faniola Ramirez with the superb Mexican medal. It's bronze. This is the men's 50-meter breaststroke SB3 final.
Ensure the safety of yourself and other spectators. Please ensure you also sanitize your hands.
Certain VIPs in the arena watching as we set for the men's 50-meter breaststroke SB3 final. Roman Zhdanov has been the prime swimmer this year, the reigning European champion, and indeed the fastest man in the world this year. But do look out for the wily individuals, Efrem Morelli and Miguel Luque. They have both enjoyed much success over the years. The 41-year-old Morelli, multiple world champion, and Miguel Luque, even a multiple Paralympic champion, although his last two titles came in Sydney 2000 and Athens 2004. He's got remarkable longevity.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for our next event. This is the men's 50 meters breaststroke SB3 final.
男子50メートル平泳ぎ SB3 決勝選手の入場です。
In lane 8, representing Australia.
Let's introduce the swimmers for the men's 50-meter breaststroke SB3 final. Ahmed Kelly, you could expect to see him going out really hard in the opening stages. It's whether or not he has the ability to hang on in the closing stages. Representing Austria, the 24-year-old from Deutsch Wagram in Österreich, Austria. A very good medley swimmer, but also a very good breaststroker. He's picked up a couple of bronze medals in recent European Championships. It's Andreas Ernhofer. Jo Gi-seung, a man who is a multiple Paralympic Games champion, but not in this event. The men's 50-meter breaststroke is one in which he hopes to still win a medal. He goes for Korea in lane 7. Representing Japan, all the volunteers, the technical officials from Japan, there is a sense of excitement as Suzuki Takayuki makes his way onto the pool deck. He'll be going in lane 2 for Japan. Maxim Emelianov, representing RPC, will go in lane 6, while his compatriot going in lane 3 has been the fastest swimmer in the world this year over this distance, the reigning European champion Roman Zhdanov, bronze medalist from the London Worlds, where he was beaten by a couple of individuals. Miguel Luque, twice Paralympic Games champion, also a very good hand cyclist is Miguel Luque, silver medalist from 2016, but the bronze medalist from 2016, Efrem Morelli, a 41-year-old who won gold at the last 2 World Championships. The Italian goes in search of another gold here, but this time for Efrem Morelli, he is hoping it'll be Paralympic gold. It is the one thing that he has not yet achieved in his glittering career. He's won gold in the World and European Championships, Morelli, but never at the Paralympic Games. Here he goes. Ahmed Kelly, expect him to go out really hard. So this is one length of the Olympic pool, so the swimmers will start on the opposite end to where they have been starting most of the races. 50-meter pool, which means the swimmers will swim just the one length. Swimmers will always finish at one dedicated end in the pool. So 50-meter races start from the opposite end, 100, 200, 400, etc. start from the same end. Some of the athletes requiring assistance at the start: Anhofer, Suzuki, Zhdanov, Morelli, Luque, Emilianov, Joe and Kelly. So some of the starters going off the starters blocks, those with leg functionality, and straight into the pool and looking to take out a good lead was Suzuki Takayuki. From Morelli got off relatively quickly as well, and he's getting into his stroke. Is over the 50 meters, but at the moment Suzuki looks to be holding on in lane 2. Perhaps a little inspiration swimming at home. Has he got enough though? Zhdanov certainly is the swimmer to catch, and indeed he is slowly but surely making his way beyond the Japanese swimmer. Morelli's been left behind, so too Luque in lane 5 as well. Emilianov and Jo Gisong not even in the picture here. Anhofer of Austria is lagging behind, but it is going to be the Zhdanov show that is complete here. Roman Zhdanov goes in a world record time. This was going to be his race. A fine touch for Luque, the two-time Paralympic Games champion, and another medal in the pool for Japan. The host nation is Suzuki touches third. Just outside the medals, Efrem Morelli of Italy, hoping that he could capitalize on what has been some really positive results from the recent World Championships. But no, it is the European champion, the fastest man in the world this year, who has not only won the race, he has smashed the world record, and he has gone sub 47 seconds, 46.49 seconds. The first man to go sub 47 seconds in this race. What a result. Stupendous.
Here are their swimmers off the start. Ahmed Kelly gets an excellent start. He's way ahead of the field. But all the other ones, they're swimming entirely on their arms. Look how fast they're stroking. This is atypical for a breaststroke, but this is how the lower classes swim it. Here, coming in, their arms, they tend to get a little bit tighter, but Zhdanov, he's able to keep his stroke up all the way until the end.
Oh, there we go. Congratulations. Zhdanov takes the gold. And just congratulating Suzuki for his bronze medal swim. Zhdanov in world record time, 46.49 seconds. That is outstanding. Smashing Efrem Morelli's world record set in London just 2 years ago. Miguel Luque still, that's a 6th Paralympic medal in this event down the years, and for Suzuki, a home medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for women's 50 meters freestyle S6 final.
This is the final of the women's 50-meter freestyle S6. Representing Ireland, Nicole Turner goes in lane 8.
In lane 1, representing Ukraine, Victoria Savtsova.
Victoria Savtsova representing Ukraine.
In lane 7, representing People's Republic of China,
Song Lingling represents China, goes in lane 7. Well, her compatriot, Zhang Yuyan, will go in lane 2. 16 years old is Zhang Yuyan.
lane 6, representing Colombia,
And speaking of youthful, just 14 years old is Sara Vargas. So this is very welcome international experience for the 14-year-old who is 3 years away and at 1,100 days away from perhaps swimming in Paris with some genuine experience behind her. Now, Anna Honta, the 17-year-old from Ukraine, challenging for a medal, and one of 3 Ukrainians in the pool. Perhaps the favorite for many is the world record holder representing Ukraine, Elisabetta Mereshko. But fastest to qualify, the 31-year-old Elizabeth Marks, champion in Rio in the women's 100-meter breaststroke, while she claimed a bronze medal as well in the medley relay. She found herself dominating in breaststroke and backstroke events, but she looked particularly good in the pool and qualifying fastest for this women's 50-meter free final. So Marks and Mereshko going alongside one another. That is Elisabetta Mereshko. This is certainly going to be a battle between Marks and Mereshko, you get the sense, but this is an all-out sprint, and certainly anybody in their day could make a challenge for the medals. Indeed, Hunter is right up as well. Very quick reaction time from Mereshko getting off the starters blocks. Nicole Turner didn't look too bad off the blocks as well, but she is faded in the stroke. Coming to the wall quickest though, it looks to be a battle between Marks and Mereshko, and Marks is leading the way to the wall. Not far off is Anna Hunter going in lane 3. Who's it going to be? Mereshko with a strong finish here. Who's to touch first? Is it going to be Mereshko on the stroke? She does so, and it's a Ukrainian 1 and 3. Marks splits the Ukrainian swimmers. She finishes second, but what a swim from Mereshko. What a finish, more accurately, from Mereshko. That was a splendid swim. 0.04 of a second separating the top two. And Elisabetta Mereshko, the world record holder, has just claimed her 5th Paralympic Games gold medal. She was champion in the women's 50-meter freestyle in Rio. She has followed that up with a gold medal once again in Tokyo 2020 for Marks, who lives and trains now at the Olympic and Paralympic Training Center in the United States. Narrowly missing out on top spots. Anna Hunter with a very good bronze medal for Ukraine as well.
Here's the start. Mereshko not as strong off the start. See, her feet just kind of come behind her, whereas Marks is much stronger. And then Mereshko has to come from behind because she can't kick at all. And Marks made Mereshko work for it every step of the way. You know, usually for the 50 and the 100, it's Mereshko and Savtsova. But now Marks has said, hey, I'm here too, and I'm going to battle you.
Well, this is great for Marks as well, because she's more renowned as a breaststroker and backstroker. Yeah. So to come within 0.04 of a second of gold in a freestyle sprint is a sensational result for the American. And she should be very proud of that result. Anna Hunter of Ukraine as well. 3 Ukrainian swimmers in the pool, and they would finish all in the top 5. But in Paralympic record time, Mereshko ahead of Marks of the United States, with Hunter claiming bronze. This is the victory ceremony for the men's 100-meter butterfly S14.
皆様、ただいまより男子 100m バタフライ S14 の表彰式を行います。Please welcome the medalists. メダリストをお迎えください。
The medals will be presented by Mr. Yamawaki Yasushi, governing board member of the
Mr. Yamawaki Yasushi, the governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee, will present the medals. Well, Ms. Therese Coffey, the Secretary of State for the British government, Secretary of State for Work and Pensions of the government of Great Britain, finds herself presenting the flowers.
Bronze medalist representing Australia,
銅メダリストオーストラリア
Benjamin James Hans.
Benjamin James Hans, Ben Hans. He came out with some genuine expectation. He looked relaxed. And he showed it in the pool with some decidedly impressive swimming. A man who might have been considered an outside favourite. Looked to rein himself in just a little, but he's managed to get Australia yet another medal. It's bronze.
Representing Great Britain,
銀メダリスト英国
Reese Dunn.
Reese Dunn might very well have been expecting to finish on top. Reese Dunn has dominated this event in recent times. He is the world record holder, the Paralympic record holder until this race, having set a time in the preliminaries. A dominant swimmer and world champion as well. He wanted that Paralympic gold. It was not to be, however. And Reese Dunn has silver for Great Britain in the men's 100 fly S14.
Gold medalist and the Paralympic champion representing Brazil,
金メダリストパラリンピックチャンピオンブラジル
Gabriel Bandeira.
The man who takes gold, though, just produced a swim of remarkable ability. A 21-year-old who's shown he's good enough to compete for a medal, but a man raised by his grandmother who taught him that he could achieve anything he puts his mind to, has seen that come to fruition here. He's won gold in the men's 100-meter butterfly S14. And now for the national anthem of Brazil.
ブラジル国歌の演奏です
The national anthem of Brazil, Ordem e Progresso, stands on the flag, order and progress. Well, progress has been made by Bandeira, so much so he has beaten an outright favourite to produce the upset in the pool so far. Bandeira ahead of Dunn. This is the victory ceremony for the women's 100-meter butterfly S14.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's 100 meters butterfly S14.
皆様、ただいまより女子100メートルバタフライ S14 の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Bronze medalist representing Australia.
銅メダリスト
Representing Australia, the bronze medalist,
Storm.
17 years old is Ruby Storm. And having moved from Melbourne to the Sunshine Coast, she has suddenly shot to prominence in Australian swimming. And now, remarkably, she finds herself in the top 3 at the Paralympic Games. She's a bronze medalist. Here's the teenager.
Silver medalist representing Australia.
銀メダリストオーストラリア
Paige Leonhardt.
Representing Australia, Paige Leonhardt. She was looking to challenge for the gold medal. It needed to be some swim if she was going to claim that gold medal. And while she produced a fantastic swim, it was ultimately not good enough to take top spot and the gold medal. Paige Leonhardt finishes second and with a silver medal. And she can be proud of that achievement.
Gold medalist and the Paralympic champion representing RPC.
金メダリストパラリンピックチャンピオン RPC
Valeria Shabalina.
But a new world record time, swimming 1:03.59, smashing her own world record. Valeria Shabalina, favoured to claim the title, did it in spectacular fashion with another dazzling display in the pool. Touched first and almost overwhelmed herself with the emotion of breaking her own world record again. A fantastic swim and an incredible reward, a gold medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the anthem of RPC.
皆様 RPC 参加の
Representing
そうです。
RPC. Performance of the Piano Concerto No. 1. It's been performed recently for victorious Russian athletes who are participating under the neutral RPC delegation. Victory for Shabalina in world record time ahead of two Australians, Paige Leonhardt and Ruby Storm, just 17 years old. So to the men's 50-meter freestyle S10 final. Start list that is a host of athletes that are well capable of claiming gold, including the silver medalist from Rio in the 50-meter freestyle S10, Felipe Melo, Rowan Crothers, Maxim Kripak, Stefano Raimondi was the reigning world champion, are among the challengers. Outside looks from Tom Gallagher and indeed Dimitri Bartasinski. Do not discount him. David Levesque of Spain will be first to be introduced as we bring out the athletes shortly, and Dimitri Grigoriev, also of RPC. Andre Brazil, the world record holder still, having set it on his way to gold in London 9 years ago. Going in lane 8, David Levesque of Spain, having qualified with a swim of 25 seconds flat. Dimitri Grigoriev from RPC goes in lane 1. Dimitri Bartasinski, he may well be considered an outside look at a medal. Australia's Thomas Gallagher, surf swimmer and lifesaver who only joined the national system last year in Australia. He goes in lane 2. The reigning world champion, and a man who's capable of upsetting everyone in this field, as he's done previously. He goes in lane 6 for Italy. Silver medalist in 2016, Felipe Melo Rodriguez, a man who has multiple Paralympic medals, no fewer than 7. Maxim Kripak is among the favourites for the victory. A man who's got 5 World Championship golds, 5 Paralympic Games golds, and 10 European Championship golds. He goes in lane 5 as the defending champion, but a man who is not sporting his luscious red locks, which we are accustomed to seeing, under a swim cap. Instead, he's gone for the shaved head at these championships. Rowan Crothers, bronze of the last World Championships, but a very fine swim in the preliminaries that suggests he might be the swimmer who is most in form. What has he got in the tank tonight? It's Tom Gallagher. Had these games been held in 2020, I can tell you at least Tom Gallagher would not have been in the pool. He was only classified in December last year and only joined the national system late last year. Less than a year he's been swimming for Australia, and he has a chance of claiming a medal for the Australians in the pool. Going in lane 4 though, Rowan Crothers. can he claim? Gold medal is what he's looking for in this men's 50-meter freestyle S10. Rowan Crothers is looking really good, but some very quick strokes, most notably from Maxim Kripak. But at the moment, it is Crothers who's showing his way. Don't discount Melo as well. The Brazilian is now looking to come up on the shoulder of the Australian, who's looking ahead of world record pace here. And it's anybody for the top four. Who's going to touch first? It's Crothers ahead of Kripak, with Felipe Melo claiming the bronze medal. Outside of the medals, only just Stefano Raimondi, the world champion, has missed out on a medal. And Crothers can celebrate. Champion of the men's 50-meter freestyle S10. It's his first Paralympic medal. The man who was a bronze medalist at the last World Championships can celebrate a gold. Maxim Kripak looks utterly disconsolate. He's won the silver, but he knows he has been beaten by an up-for-it swimmer. And Felipe Melo will celebrate his bronze medal. 7-time Paralympic medalist coming into this tie. He has now got 8 Paralympic medals in his incredible collection. The silver medalist from 2016 follows it up with a third place rather, in 2020.
Here they're going for the dive. You see Rowan Crothers there on the right. He has to fight to get past all of these waves. He has cerebral palsy, so what he does in practice is he works to make his kick as efficient as possible. And he reaches for the end ahead of those guys. They are very tightly packed. I'm actually kind of amazed that the world record still stands now, because that was a beautiful swim by Rowan Crothers.
A fantastic swim from the Australian.
He was so excited he actually fell off the lane.
He fell off his lane rope. He got up to celebrate and came tumbling off, yes. So Crothers ahead of Maxim Kripak and Felipe Melo with a brilliant bronze for Brazil. Stefano Raimondi, somewhat surprisingly, out of the medals, and Tom Gallagher performing well as he finished top 5, 24.16. But a 23.21, that's a great swim from Crothers. This is the final of the women's 50-meter freestyle S10.
Ladies and gentlemen, the women's 50 meters freestyle S10 final.
女子 50m 自由形 S10 決勝選手の入場です。
In lane A, representing People's Republic of China.
第8レーン中華人民共和国代表
Zhang Meng is among those who go in this women's 50-meter freestyle S10 final. She goes in lane 8 for China. Zara Maluli goes for Team GB. Great Britain in lane 1.
In lane 7, representing Colombia.
第7レーンコロンビア代表
Colombia's Maria Barrera Zapata. Sub 29 seconds in qualifying. It'll need to go a full second quicker to challenge for a medal, you suspect, in this race. Alessia Scortechini of Italy goes in lane 2 for her country. Now, Mariana Ribeiro's story is quite sensational. She swims in a different class division. She swims in S9 category, but she has qualified for the S10 final. Her impairment is more severe than anybody else in the pool. Chantal Zuiderveld, definitely a medal contender. Only a 28.07 in qualifying, though. She'll know it's relatively disappointing for her. But the world record holder and champion from 2016 is the Canadian Aurélie Rivard, who goes in lane 5. And Anastasia Gontar has scoliosis, a condition that causes curvature of the spine. She's had it since childhood, and while she's had times in which she wasn't able to walk, she is able to compete and qualified quickest for this final.
This is the women's 50 meters freestyle final.
from Canada, Rivard. One of the biggest names in Canadian swimming, the 25-year-old. Three-time Paralympic gold medalist. She almost swept the freestyle events in Rio 5 years ago when she won the 50, the 100 and the 400. But multiple world champion as well. The Canadian, surprisingly, never Commonwealth Games champion. Maluli, Skortikini, Zeidefeld, Gonta, Ribeiro, Pereira and Chung. Chantal Zeidefeld traditionally gets off to a really good start. She gets off the block splendidly, does the Dutch swimmer in the women's 50-meter freestyle S10. But into her stroke now, it looks like Gontar is immediately up on her shoulder, and Rivard is battling to keep pace with the front two. And again, we're looking at under world record pace here. It is Gontar and Zeidefeld who look to be going for gold. It's Zeidefeld now who's starting to inch ahead. Will she touch at the wall on the stroke, or will it be the Russian swimmer? It's Gontar just ahead of Zeidefeld, and Rivard finishes third. She claims the bronze medal by the swim, separated by only 0.04 of a second. Zeidefeld misses out on the gold. Gontar wins the gold for RPC. And Rivard of Canada can celebrate another Paralympic Games medal. But this time it is not to be gold, as the Canadian is denied. Well, that was a great to and fro. There we go, Zeidefeld celebrating her silver medal. For just a moment, that's Rivard. For just a moment, Zeidefeld looked like she got herself in front. But a titanic tussle between the two. Gontar and Zeidefeld.
Here they are coming in, all of them fairly fast off the blocks, but Arielle Rivard, she just couldn't get herself in position. And here coming in, you have Gontar and Zeidefeld battling out for the end. Coming into the, and really with the 50, you have no room for error. You have to breathe as little as possible and just get your hand on the wall first. The surprise here really is Arielle Rivard. It was a bit of probably a disappointing swim for her, but Gontar has nothing to be disappointed about. She is stoked with that swim.
So, Gontar with a big swim and a gold medal in this women's 50-meter freestyle S10. Mariana Ribeiro finishing 5th, the S9 swimmer. That's a fantastic performance from her. But Rivard, former champion, is a bronze medalist. Chantal Zeidefeld adds to her Paralympic collection with a silver medal in the women's 50-meter freestyle S10. She'll be delighted with that. This is the victory ceremony for the men's 50-meter breaststroke SB3.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Thomas Bach, President of the International Olympic Committee.
President of the International Olympic Committee, Mr. Thomas Bach, 1976 fencing champion at the Olympic Games, will be presenting the medals.
Accompanied by Mr. Yamawaki Yasushi, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee.
The governing board member of the IPC, Mr. Yamawaki Yasushi, will present the flowers to the medalists.
Bronze medalist representing Japan, 銅メダリスト日本鈴木孝之.
The first male swimmer to collect a medal in the pool for the host nation, Japan, Suzuki Takayuki. A well-deserved bronze medal as well. For a while, he was challenging for the gold medal. Swimming in lane 2. Bronze for Suzuki.
Representing Spain,
The silver medalist is representing Spain, a legend of para swimming, not just in the SB3 or S3 classifications. Now 44 years old, a man who finished silver in 2016. He gets silver again in 2018. A man who claims his 6th Paralympic Games medal in this event. With his silver here, champion in 2000 and 2004, as far back as Athens. And before that, Sydney as well. A man who has done his bit for charity over the years as well. He swum the Straits of Gibraltar for charity. And indeed raised a host of money for communities in the Catalan community in Spain. Miguel Luque, silver medalist.
Paralympic champion, representing RPC.
But in one of the most dominant swims that we have seen in the Paralympic Games, not just at Tokyo 2020, in one of the most dominant swims we've seen at the Paralympic Games, Roman Zhdanov, the European champion who'd been dominating in this event, swimming the fastest times in the world, has not only broken Efrem Morelli's world record, he has absolutely shattered it by a full second. He swam 46.49 seconds to break Morelli's world record, 47.49. And ultimately, relegating Morelli to outside the medals.
皆様 RBC 参加の演奏です。
Gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
皆様パラリンピックメダリスト
The
です。
medalists in the men's 50-meter breaststroke SB3. Suzuki Takayuki with a fine bronze for Japan. Miguel Luque with a historic Spanish silver. And for RPC, Roman Zhdanov with a world record by a full second to claim gold in spectacular fashion. Luque has been winning gold medals, silver medals and bronze medals at the Paralympic Games for over 2 decades. And he is still delighted every time he is on the podium. A 6th medal in this very event.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the victory ceremony for the women's 50 meters freestyle.
This is the victory ceremony for the women's 50-meter freestyle S6 classification.
女子50メートル自由形 S6 の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
Mr. Thomas Bach will again present the medals. The president of the International Olympic Committee and the International Paralympic Committee governing board member, Mr. Yamawaki Yasushi, will present the flowers.
Bronze medalist representing Ukraine.
銅メダリストウクライナ
Anna Honta.
There were 3 Ukrainian swimmers going in this event, the women's 50-meter freestyle S6. 2 of them finished in medal positions. She's certainly about to discover that she is the future of Ukrainian swimming. 12 years the junior of the eventual champion. 17-year-old Anna Honta of Ukraine with a bronze medal.
Silver medalist representing the United States of America.
銀メダリストアメリカ合衆国
Elizabeth Marks.
The first medal in the pool for the United States of America, the most successful nation at the Paralympic Games. And Elizabeth Marks can proudly put that silver medal around her neck. A few words as well from the IOC president, Mr. Thomas Bach. Words of congratulations to the 31-year-old former combat medic who is now on the podium again, having broken Elizaveta Mareshko's Paralympic record in the preliminaries in qualifying with a 33.16. She came into the final with the best of the lane draws and was expected to challenge Mareshko for the gold. She did indeed, but she had to fail to settle for silver because the champion successfully defended the title she won at Rio 2016. The 29-year-old Elizaveta Mareshko of Ukraine, and while she missed out by the tiniest of margins, and claiming her own world record and improving that, she did manage to reclaim the Paralympic record as she stormed to victory. And Elizaveta Mareshko,
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ukraine.
gold medalist again. Now for the national anthem of Ukraine.
gentlemen, the
And there is a growing Ukrainian support all around the venue. Elizaveta Mareshko claims gold in the women's 50-meter freestyle S6 classification ahead of United States Elizabeth Marks and Anna Hontar, a promising young talent, the 17-year-old, with the bronze medal for Ukraine. This is the final of the men's 100-meter butterfly in the S13 classification. Classifications of classes 11 to 13 for athletes with vision impairment. And this is also the class of the most dominant athlete, the most successful athlete, Rio 2016, Ihar Boki, who goes in lane 4 for Belarus, with compatriot Dmitry Salai also going in lane 1. Two swimmers from Uzbekistan, two from Ukraine as well. Going in lane 8, Krylyo Garaschenko goes for Ukraine on the outside lane. While on the other outside lane, going in lane 1, Dmitry Salai of Belarus, one of two Belarusian swimmers in the pool for this men's 100-meter butterfly S13. Douglas Matera will be representing Brazil as he heads to lane 7. Tursun Kajayev, Muzaffar Tursun Kajayev of Uzbekistan will go in lane 2. Very calm individual who never gives away anything with his reactions. He looks to be very focused on challenging for a medal here. Not the quickest time in qualifying, so swims in lane 2. Alex Portal, the French swimmer, goes in lane 6. And another French hope at a medal in the pool on first day of competition. Islam Aslanov, the man from Tashkent, silver medalist at the World Championships and gold at the Asian Para Games. Representing Ukraine, Oleksiy Virchenko. Not only capable of a medal, he's the one swimmer who is capable of challenging Ihar Boki for a gold medal. But it is going to be a tremendous achievement to somehow upset this man. The last time he was beaten at the Paralympic Games was in one of the events that he was not at all fond of swimming, the 100-meter breaststroke. But in his favorite event, the last time he was beaten was in the 2012 swimming of the 50-meter freestyle, which gives you an indication of his dominance. For nearly a decade, Ihar Boki has been the #1 swimmer in this classification. $11 gold medals from 13 events at the last two Paralympic Games. Salai, Tursun Kajayev, Aslanov, Boki, Virchenko, Portal, Matera, Garaschenko. All eyes very much focused on the exceptional talent that is Ihar Boki, the world record holder as well in this men's 100 butterfly S13. Decent reaction time from him, so too from Alex Portal. He looks to be an effervescent youngster. Douglas Matera looked to get well off the blocks, but into the stroke, and Boki is looking solid and sharp.
He was. I mean, he had the best underwater swimmer of anyone. Not the fastest reaction, but the best underwater. Here again, you're going to see that. He has very much perfected the dolphin kick, which puts him right out in front of everyone. And not only is his start good, his underwater is good, but then, of course, his stroke is great as well. So he's able to maintain that lead, no problem.
Oh, the 6 gold medals that he won at the 2016 Games in Rio was the most medals won by any athlete across all the sports of the 2016 Games. He's set for world record pace here. Is he going to smash another? It's his 14th Paralympic Games medal. It's a Paralympic record for Ihar Boki. The question is, what time would he swim in winning his gold medal, really? Ihar Boki, so dominant, so completely and utterly devastating in the pool for all his competitors. Tursan Kojaev is, unfortunately for the Uzbekistan swimmer, outside of the medals, but I can tell you that Aslanov has managed to claim bronze medal by 1/100th of a second from Alex Portal of France, who was looking for that touch at the wall. That is disappointment for Portal, who misses out by just 1/100th of a second, but for Boki, such an incredibly dominant swim yet again. You spoke about that underwater. He's streamlined. Everything is just so good.
He is. Here he is right now. His stroke is well timed to perfection. Look at him. It's just such a smooth stroke. He doesn't really tire out at all, whether it's the first 50, whether or not he's coming home. He approaches each turn with quite a bit of speed and then gets off the wall very quickly and shoots right into his dolphin. And even though he doesn't need it, it still just helps to extend his lead. He had an excellent swim, 53.8. So he was only 0.08 off of his world record. Nothing that he should be disappointed with.
Well, no, and this is it. I mean, the only genuine contender in the pool was Oleksiy Ferchenko. And Ferchenko swam 56.16. Ihar Boki was 2 body lengths ahead of any other swimmer in the pool. Islan Aslanov with a very fine bronze medal as well, as he came home just 1/100th of a second ahead of Alex Portal of France. This is the final of the women's 100 butterfly S13. And a few names that might be a little more familiar than others. Going in lane 8. Roshin Nirian from Ireland goes in lane 8. Here, Pergolini, not in her strongest event. And the S13 swimmer might be fancying an outside shot at a medal. Alessia Berra goes in lane 7 for Italy. Among the S12 swimmers who've qualified for the S13 final, representing Brazil. And going in lane 2, Maria Gomes Santiago. Representing the United States, Michaela Nitzel. She goes in lane 6 for USA. Now, world champion, and for many, the favorite for the gold. Shoshankamon Toshpulatova. She goes in 3. Daria Pikalova of RPC goes in lane 5. And Carlotta Gili of Italy goes in the favored lane, the fastest lane. 104.16 in the preliminaries. No other swimmer went sub 106. She's the world record holder and is looking to claim that Paralympic record for her own as well. And she'll have to take out Becky Meyer's time, a 103 swim. So the women's 100-meter butterfly S13 classification. Bera on one side. Gili swimming for Italy as well in this final. Pergolini, Gomes Santiago, Toshpulatova, Gili, Pikalova, Nitzel, Bera and Nirian as they get underway into the pool. Very good start from the world champion as she goes in lane 4. Very good start as well for Pergolini going in 1. She got off to a really good start and used it underwater rather well. Gili is looking solid in lane 4 and looking to take this out hard in the opening 50.
Yeah, she's already looking good. She's way ahead of the field as she approaches the first turn. The key here is when she comes out of the turn to have a great underwater and then build the second 50 so that the last really 15 to 25 meters are going to be an all-out sprint for her. She can't let that stroke fade at all, and she doesn't appear to be doing that.
Lotte Gili, the Italian Paralympic swimmer who has held no fewer than 12 world records in her class from Torino, is not going to be challenged by anybody in this pool. The only person that can challenge her is herself. She's just falling off world record pace at the moment, but she might catch the Paralympic record. She does indeed. The world record holder is the Paralympic champion and a Paralympic record holder as well. Pikalova will get the bronze, but what a swim for Italy as they go 1-2 as Bera manages to come home strongest from the remaining swimmers to out-touch the Uzbek swimmer. So Toshpulatova completely missing out on a medal. Pergolini after a good start fading. But Gili in Paralympic record time goes sub 103, a 102.65. And Alicia Bera with a strong back end that sees her, having touched 7th going out, come back to touch 3rd. And that's a way to turn a 50-meter split on its head.
It really is, especially in the 100 fly where that back half hurts so much.
Well, she'll take that.
There she is in that pink suit diving in. She had a great reaction time, but then what she really does to establish herself is she stays underwater really the longest of anyone. And then she comes in, she's got a great stroke. She doesn't appear to ease up at all. You know, one of the things about her is that she trains with an able-bodied team, and that probably helps her here because she's used to other swimmers who, like her, are really able to sustain it, not only in the 100, but probably also in the 200.
It is remarkable when you look at the success of swimmers in the pool and see who they train with, where they train, and how many train with non-disabled athletes. Yes.
It's true, and here also there was both S12s and S13s, so a combination of athletes with vision impairments.
Well, capable of going 102, the world record holder. She's gone 102.65 and taken out Rebecca Meyer's Paralympic record. She wins in Paralympic record time in an Italian 1-2 with Alicia Bera. Daria Pikalova, the third swimmer home, 2 of the top 3 swimming in the S12 classification. This is the victory ceremony for the men's 50-meter freestyle S10.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the victory ceremony for the men's 50 meters freestyle S10.
皆様、ただいまより男子50メートル自由形 S10 の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Ladies The medals will be presented by Miss Chelsea Gotel.
Chelsea Gotel, the athlete's representative from the International Paralympic Committee, will present the medals. Well, she will be accompanied by Mr. Wada Yukihiro from the Japanese Para Swimming Federation, Mr. Chair.
Bronze medalist representing Brazil, 銅メダリストブラジル Felipe Andrews Melo Rodriguez.
Felipe Melo celebrating his bronze medal. An 8th Paralympic Games medal for the legendary Brazilian. And quite brilliant swim from him to get himself back into medal contention in a particularly tight race over just 50 meters. Silver medalist of 2016 has a bronze medal now. Felipe Melo of Brazil, oh yes.
Silver medalist representing Ukraine,
A man who looked absolutely stunned that he had been beaten. The 2018 and 2020 European champion, 5 World Championship gold medals, 5 Paralympic Games gold medals, 10 European Championship gold medals in total, and the defending champion. But he could not successfully defend the title he won in Rio 5 years ago. Maxim Kripak of Ukraine takes the silver medal. He knows he's a winner, and that would have taken an incredible effort to beat a man of Kripak's ability. But it has been done, and there's no shame in that. Silver medal won by Maxim Kripak.
champion representing Australia, 金メダリストパラリンピックチャンピオンオーストラリア Rowan Crothers.
But representing Australia, what a way to win your first Paralympic Games medal. And this is an emotional moment for Rowan Crothers. He's been on the podium before. He won bronze at the last World Championships. But this is a way to genuinely announce himself on the grandest global stage. At the Paralympic Games, he's not only medaled, he has won the gold medal. He is champion of the Paralympic Games. A sensational achievement, and indeed a 3rd gold medal in the pool for Australia on day 1 of competition. As we're moments away from hearing Advance Australia Fair at the Tokyo Aquatic Centre. Gold to Rowan Crothers of Australia.
The national anthem of Australia. 皆様、オーストラリア国歌の演奏です。
Well, there are a host of teammates and team officials who have gathered to cheer as he has beaten one of the Paralympic greats, Maxim Kripak, to victory. Rowan Crothers, the Australian, is a champion, a Paralympic Games champion. It's his first gold medal in major international competition, ahead of Kripak and Melo of Brazil. Sporting gestures and incredible Paralympic spirit between the athletes. Kripak has been an absolutely dominant character in this classification for quite some time. Crothers would know just how exceptional an achievement this is. Melo just celebrating. Just one of the athletes who just loves being in the pool. Anything for a swim, and a competitive swim at that. So to the women's 50-meter freestyle S10 classification victory ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the victory ceremony for the women's 50 meters freestyle S10. 皆様、ただいまより
Chelsea Gottel, the athlete representative of the International Paralympic Committee, will again present the medals.
Please welcome the medalists.
And she'll be assisted by Owada Yukihiro, the chair of the Japanese Paraswimming Federation. Chantal Zederveld just having a moment.
Bronze medalist representing Canada.
Enormous strides, but
Aurélie Rivard.
she stood at the top tier of the podium many a time, has Aurélie Rivard. She still has her world record intact. And she's been beaten in this race in Tokyo 2020. Not by one, but by two swimmers. She claims bronze. A bronze to add to her already incredible collection of medals. Canadian class, she will always remain, but it's bronze for a former champion. Chantal Zederveld of Netherlands. At one stage looked like she had completed the comeback and was set to take the gold from Anastasia Gunter. Not to be on the final stroke. And mere hundredths of a second separated Zederveld from the gold medal. But she certainly celebrated the achievement. For Team NL, it's a first swimming medal. No doubt cheers from the Netherlands of Hup, Holland Hup, one of the more familiar sporting cheers. Zederveld secures the silver in the women's 50-meter freestyle S10.
And the Paralympic champion representing RPC.
Representing RPC,
Champion, RPC.
Anastasia Gunter. She produced a phenomenal swim in qualifying. She looked like she would be the swimmer to catch. And indeed, she proved to be that swimmer. She was oh so nearly caught by Zederveld, but was able to secure the gold medal regardless. It was a thrilling finish. And it was Gunter who came out on top. And she is Paralympic Games champion. Paralympic champion is Anastasia Gontar. She claims gold, representing RPC, ahead of Netherlands' Chantal Zuiderveld and the world record holder Aurélie Rivard of Canada with bronze.
It is a condition of entry to this venue that you wear a protective mask at all times, other when you are eating or drinking. Please abide by this direction, as a means to avoid the spread of COVID-19.
So this is the men's 200-meter freestyle S5 final, and a very hotly contested race in anticipation. It includes the most successful male Paralympian of them all, 24 medals in his collection, Daniel Diaz. Antoni Ponce of Spain going quickest in qualifying. He'll have the prime lane draw in 4, while Francesco Bocciardo will go in lane 5. Going in lane 8, Sebastián Rodríguez of Spain, while Artur Kovasov will go for RPC, going in lane 1. Going in lane 7 in this men's 200-meter freestyle S5 final, Dmitry Chernyev.
Lane 2, representing Turkey,
Koral Kutlu represents Turkey. He goes in lane 2, while in lane 6, one of 3 Spanish swimmers, Luis Suerta. One of the genuine giants of not only para-swimming but para-sport. His name is Daniel Diaz, and this will be his last Paralympic Games. He's already announced he will be jumping into the water for the final time at these Games. 24 times he has jumped onto the podium. Can he make it a quarter of a century of Paralympic medals here? Francesco Bocciardo is a phenomenal swimmer, triple world and European champion as well. He'll be gunning for a gold medal, but the man he'll have to try to beat is Spain's Antoni Ponce. And this is one of those where certainly there is a great deal of respect and sentimentality regarding Diaz, who's not swimming at his very best. Bocciardo is the world record holder set 3 years ago, and Daniel Diaz, his Paralympic record remains. And there he is. Diaz, in the men's 200-meter freestyle S5, 3-time Paralympic champion, 4-time world champion in this event. But Francesco Bocciardi remains the world record holder, the reigning world and European champion and fastest man in 2021. But Ponce has showed just how incredibly quickly he has covered 200 meters freestyle. We'll be looking for a good race going in 4 from the fastest lane. A handful of the swimmers will start in the pool. Kovasov, Kutlu, Diaz, Bertra, Ponce, Bucciardo, Huerta, Cherniev, and Rodriguez. So Diaz looking to use what he can off the starting blocks and gets off to a very quick start. So too for Sebastián Rodríguez of Spain going in lane 8. Once they get into their stroke, it's about settling and finding a rhythm and a tempo in the 200 meters. It's long enough to have a little bit of time to make up, but it's certainly a little longer than a sprint, but short enough to know that there are still swimmers in the pool who are going to have some back-end speed.
Yeah, and for the S5 classification, the 200 freestyle is the longest event that they have. You would call it their equivalent of a distance. Bucciardo getting off the wall. Ponce actually was quite far from the wall. He almost missed his turn there, but he's able to recover nicely. So in the S5 classification, it's 4 50-meter lengths, and most of them, they're going to be pretty even split because they don't get a lot off the start and they don't get a lot off the turns. And here we have Bucciardo. He's going out and he's trying to get a lead over Ponce. Ponce is going to be pretty hard to beat in that second half, but he is fading behind Bucciardo quite a bit.
Daniel Diaz is not in medal position currently. At the moment at the wall, it's Bucciardo at the halfway mark, who touches in 1:12.13. Over 2.5 seconds up on Ponce, but he is going to need to build a lead if he is to try to protect his chance of winning the gold medal you fancy. But he's also the world record holder. He knows how to win races, and there's a reason that he's managed to claim both the world and European championship titles recently. Daniel Diaz is struggling to compete for a bronze medal here. Currently, it looks to be Huerta going very nicely in lane 6. It's Bucciardo, who is flanked by Spaniards, finds himself going to the wall at 150 and looking to touch first.
Bucciardo, he looked great. Coming up in that third 50, he was very close. He was hovering on the right side of the lane, which is not the most efficient swim. But now for the fourth length, he's got himself back in the middle of the pool. And he looks great. His tempo looks good. He looks very strong as he approaches.
Well, at the 25-meter to go mark, there is nobody else that is anywhere near touching distance. This is fantastic from Daniel Diaz in terms of getting himself back into winning a medal position. He is really closing in on second even, but there's no doubt about who's going to win this. It is going to be in lane 5. Bucciardo is the world record holder, claims the Paralympic record for himself as well, and the gold medal secured for Italy. It is a silver medal for Ponce, who claims it for Spain, while Daniel Diaz hits a remarkable achievement for Brazil. That is a quarter of a century of Paralympic medals for the Brazilian, who touches third. Fourth fastest was Huerta, just outside the medals, as in the final 50 it was Diaz who turned on the afterburners to catch him in the pool. But Francesco Bucciardo, world champion, European champion, is a Paralympic Games champion, and what that will mean to the Italian as the country continues to enjoy further success in the pool. Anthony Ponce with the silver medal for Spain, while Daniel Diaz just loving every moment of his time in the pool over the years, a man who's dominated in so many international tournaments, has got the bronze medal here.
You can see them, this class, Bucciardo and both Ponce, they don't really get anything coming off of the start. And here he is coming for his swim. Everything, every stroke, all of his power comes as he's actually swimming. Coming into the turns, he flips, but you'll see he can't really push off the wall. So that means he has to approach every wall with as much as possible, and then he has to pop up to the surface and immediately start stroking. Comes in and he finishes. He looks a bit tired there. It was a great swim on his end with their new Paralympic record.
Well, you'll take a little bit of exhaustion if you've managed to get yourself to the wall ahead of such a fine field of collected athletes. Francesco Bucciardi, the world and European champion, is now the Paralympic champion. Anthony Ponce claims silver for Spain. And then Daniel Diaz with a milestone 25th Paralympic Games medal. It's his fourth bronze medal to go with his 7 silvers and 14 gold medals for the Brazilian legend. The women's 200-meter freestyle S5 final, the penultimate event in the opening day of competition of the swing at Tokyo 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for our next event. This is the women's 200 meters
The
freestyle
lineup
S5 final.
in the women's 200-meter freestyle S5. A couple of British athletes. Buggioni may be inspired by the Italian success in the race before her, where Francesco Bucciardi claimed gold in the men's S5 200 free. Maybe a chance for Buggioni to do something similar. Two Turkish swimmers, and they go in the outside lanes. Sevile Öztürk will go in lane 8 for Turkey, while Sumaya Boyachi goes in lane 1. Going in lane 7, Yui Maori. She will be hoping to claim further success for Japan in the pool on day 1 of the swimming competition. Yai Yaozuan of China goes in lane 2.
Lane 6 representing People's Republic of China.
Going in lane 6 for China, Zhang Li, 23-year-old.
Lane 3 representing Great Britain.
Representing Great Britain, Susanna Hext. She's managed a couple of freestyle sprint medals at the World Championships. Monica Boccioni of Italy goes in lane 5, the 23-year-old, among the emerging stars of Italian swimming, but already a multiple world champion. And then Tully Kearney going in lane 4 for Great Britain. Now, fastest in qualifying, no doubt about that. Tully Kearney went out relatively hard. So Zhang Li goes in lane 6 for the People's Republic of China. And watch out too for Boccioni. Susanna Hext, the 32-year-old from Great Britain, has perhaps got a medal in her sights too. Preparing for the start of the women's 200-meter freestyle S5. One of the home favourites, Yui Maori. Some of the swimmers will start in the pool. Kearney is among them, the favourite for the gold. Boyachi, Yao, Hext, Kearney, Boccioni, Zhang, Yui and Öztürk. 4 lengths of this Olympic-sized pool. 50 meters is the long course, and a handful of the swimmers going for the longer underwater, and certainly the longest of the underwater, Sevile Öztürk, using her legs to good advantage, but straight into the stroke. And Susanna Hext and Tully Kearney look to be going out hardest, but do not discount Zhang Li. She went out hard early on, and she's currently sitting in second position here, heading up to the opening 50.
Here comes Tully Kearney, though. She hits the first wall out in 35.99. Good first 50. You know, if there's anyone that can challenge Beatrice Hess's 200-meter mark that was set in 2000, it would be Tully Kearney. You know, we saw her swim this morning. She went out hard, and then she seemed to kind of turn it off that second 100. Susanna Hex was really a lot closer to her than anyone would have expected. But now Tully Kearney's going out. She's established over a body length of a lead. The only thing that Tully Kearney has to do now is to just hang on and make sure that every single 50 is very evenly split. And that would position herself to challenge that world record.
Well, that is some big comparisons, having drawn with Beatrice Hess, the great French swimmer, who shattered all records at Sydney in Australia in 2000, indeed. But you've got Tully Kearney going out, and she's somebody who grew up in the same village as Ellie Simmons, the multiple Paralympic champion. She attended the same school. They swam for the same club. Now maybe there is some greater success that awaits in her career in the Paralympic Games. Certainly no doubt about her ability in the World Championship level, the European champion, a world champion. She is leading at the 150, but she's not exactly swimming away with it. Zhang Li is putting in a very dominant display for that silver medal, because the challenge for the bronze really is now between Boggioni and Hext.
Yeah, here comes Tully Kearney, last 50. Again, she has to stay out in front there. She's not able to use her legs at all, so she's relying entirely on her arms. This last 50 then becomes very hard in case your arms, if they start to tighten up, it'll make your stroke shorter and choppier, which makes you less efficient in the water. And Tully Kearney, just for some background, was a 10, then a 9, now she's a 5, and she's just commanding.
And what a comeback is coming here. Looks like she's just trailing off Paralympic world record pace and Paralympic pace. This is a very fast closing. Zhang Li coming in for the gold medal. She's going to do it. She's going to overturn Tully Kearney, is she? Or will it be the Great British swimmer? It is Zhang Li with one of the most remarkable comebacks to claim gold ahead of Tully Kearney in the fading strokes. Loses out as she claims silver. Boggioni will claim the bronze medal. But what a swim from Zhang. Tully Kearney at one stage in world record pace just didn't quite have enough. And the 23-year-old from the People's Republic of China has just come from almost nowhere. She looked like she was holding on through the first 100 for possibly a challenge for the silver, but a superb back 100 as she claims her 5th Paralympic Games gold medal. 4 golds in Rio for Zhang Li. You cannot discount her. She won this event 5 years ago, and she has now successfully defended her title at 2:46.53. How about that? She swam 2:48 in Rio. But that is a sensational swim for Tully Kearney. She knows how close that was. 0.12 of a second away from that gold medal. And Boggioni, after Hext looked good for a silver, it was Boggioni who came back to claim it by almost 4 seconds from Hext. But how about the final 25 meters?
That was unbelievable. I mean, here's Zhang. She's got a very fast stroke. Tully Kearney took it out fast, but because she's entirely on her arms, what happens in that last 50 is that they tend to tighten up, which makes the stroke shorter. And that gave Zhang the opening that she needed to overtake her. Really, it was just the last 25, 15 meters that she came on really strong. And at one point, I actually thought Tully Kearney had it. But then Zhang, here she is. She just overtakes her. Faster stroke, more powerful, and she comes in. And here she is. And she just out-touches Tully Kearney. And the Brits are probably a little bit disappointed in that, but as you said, you cannot discount Zhang.
Well, Zhang was caught between strokes there, shortened it up, and drove almost her forearm into the wall. And that is ultimately what saw her touch ahead of Kearney. What a race, what a finish. It's Paralympic success once again for the passionate Chinese swimmer Zhang Li. 2:46.53, 0.12 of a second ahead of silver. Tully Kearney takes second and silver, and Monica Boggioni is bronze for Italy.
男子 100m 自由形 S8 決勝
On to the final event of the swimming competition on day one of the Paralympic Games. It is the men's 100-meter freestyle S8. Going for Mexico is Luis Andrade in lane 8. Representing China, Yang Guanglong goes in lane 1. The Italian Alberto Amodeo, maybe a little pressure he might be feeling, considering that the two racers directly ahead of him on day one of the competition have seen Italian medalists. And he goes in lane 7. Chu Haijiao goes in lane 2 for People's Republic of China.
Lane 6, representing Team RPC,
Andrei Nikolaev represents RPC. Representing Ukraine, the man who took no fewer than 3 gold medals and a remarkable haul of 8 medals in total at the last games. Denis Dubrov going in 3 for Ukraine. Demosthenis Mikelantzakis goes in lane 5 for Greece. But the man in lane 4 for Australia, a man who holds high hopes of achieving a 4th gold medal in the pool for Australia on day one of the swimming competition of Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, Ben Popham. This is also set up very nicely to surprise. So finishing up the opening day of competition with the men's 100-meter freestyle S8 final. Denis Tarasov holds the world record, Wang Yinan the Paralympic record. Andrade of Mexico, some deep breaths. One of the Greek medal hopefuls. When we look at Popham, Demosthenis Mikelantzakis among those who will be considered a favourite for a medal, the reigning world and European champion. A man who hasn't swum the fastest time this year, and that honour belongs to Popham, a 21-year-old. Set at a competition in Adelaide back in June. Dubrov is looking to get off to a good start. He uses his underwater so well. Great streamline for the Ukrainian. He's got the very strong left arm. Doesn't have the use of his right arm, which is tucked up against the body. But going in lane 5, Demosthenis Mikelantzakis, bear in mind, is the reigning world and European champion and is somebody who knows how to win races and big events.
So here we go, Ben Popham. He actually had the worst start, and he does not have great turns. Both the guys on the left and the right are able to get out ahead of him because they have stronger kicks. So Ben Popham, if he wants to win, he's going to have to come up, and that's exactly what he's doing now. He's got a stronger stroke, and he's able to overtake both Mikelantzakis and Dubrov in order to put himself in the first place position.
Well, looking to come to the wall here is Ben Popham, the 21-year-old. He set the fastest time of the year, but is he going to claim Paralympic gold as well? It is going to be gold for the Australian. Nikolaev takes the silver for RPC, and Mikelantzakis of Greece, the multiple World Championship medalist, is going to claim the bronze medal. It's an emotional medal for Ben Popham, and Australia claim their 4th gold in the pool on the first day of competition. A quarter of the medals have gone to Australia in the pool on day one of competition, and Ben Popham is just overcome by the emotion. A man who's never won a major championship race. While he's won medals, he's never finished top. Andrei Nikolaev takes the silver. Mikelantzakis, reigning world champion, he knows what it's like to be on top. but it not to be his day. My word, what a rise for this man. Before the 2018 Pan-Pacific Championships, he hadn't really made himself known. And Popham in the last 3 years has just come out of nowhere.
He really, and you know, when they came up from the start, he was close to the end, if not the last person. Heading into the wall, he was definitely not first. Coming out of the turn, he was also not really in a medal position. It's in this last 25 to 40 meters, I would say. This is where he just takes over and he establishes and goes out. He's at least half a body ahead of everyone else. That was an incredible swim, 57.37. Good time for him.
Well, I tell you, there are two Pophams that are delighted right now. He and his twin brother Adam, they share so much. But for Ben Popham, he's a Paralympic champion, a man who's continued to impress and shares all his success with his twin brother. Adam, Ben is a Paralympic champion. The men's 100-meter freestyle S8. Ben Popham is victorious, 57.37 ahead of Andrei Nikolaev and Mikhail Anzakis, finishing third, claiming the bronze medal. This is the victory ceremony for the men's 100-meter butterfly S13.
The medals will be presented by Miss Valentina Vezzali, Minister of Sports of Italy.
The Italian Minister of Sport, Valentina Vezzali, is going to present the medals.
Accompanied by Miss Oikawa Eiko, Vice President of Japan.
Oikawa Eiko, the Vice President of Japan Swimming Federation for persons with an intellectual disability.
Bronze medalist representing Uzbekistan. Gold medalist, Uzbekistan, Islam Aslanov.
Representing Uzbekistan, silver at the World Championships, gold at the Asian Para Games. The man from Tashkent takes the bronze medal, and he did it, edging out France's Alex Portal by 1/100th of a second. Aslanov for the fast close. Gets himself into the medals.
Silver medalist representing Ukraine. 銀メダリスト、ウクライナ、Oleksiy Virchenko.
Oleksiy Virchenko representing Ukraine, the silver medalist in the men's 100-meter butterfly S13.
Gold medalist and the Paralympic champion representing Belarus. 金メダリスト、パラリンピックチャンピオン、ベラルーシ、Ihar Boki.
Ihar Boki has just been an absolute sensation down the years, representing Belarus. He knows exactly what it's like to collect gold medals. He's done it almost on innumerable occasions. And for for Iharboki in this S13 classification. Absolutely dominant swimmer who came home in 53.80 seconds to improve on his own Paralympic record, but not quite his world record as he took gold. Now for the national anthem of Belarus.
ベラルーシ国歌の演奏です。
He's known to many in the swimming community as the Beast. That is down to his ability to simply win gold. Iharboki with his 12th gold medal of the Paralympic Games in only his 3rd Paralympic Games. In 13 events, previously he had won 11 gold. He claims his 12th gold now, a dozen gold medals for him to go with 28 World Championship gold medals. Virchenko with silver and Aslanov with bronze. This is the victory ceremony for the women's 100-meter butterfly S13.
The victory ceremony for the women's 100 meters butterfly S13. 皆様、ただいまより女子100メートルバタフライ S13 の表彰式を行います。Please welcome the medalists. メダリストをお迎えください。
Two very proud Italians making their way out for the medal ceremony.
Bronze medalist representing RPC. 銅メダリスト RPC Daria Pikalova.
Emotional scenes for Daria Pikalova from RPC. She finishes 3rd. And the 27-year-old, 9 years on from winning bronze in London. She's got another in the 100 fly.
Silver medalist representing Italy. 銀メダリストイタリア Alessia Vera.
There's a relatively large Italian contingent that is gathered during the session, and that's because they expected medals. And I'm not sure they expected to go 1-2 in the women's 100 flyers 13. Alessia Berra, who has the silver around her neck now, touched 7th of 8 swimmers at the 50-meter mark. But in the final 50, was able to come back so sensationally. And she was able to claim her first Paralympic Games medal. She competed in Rio, but did not finish higher than 5th, and that came in the women's 400-meter freestyle. At the World Championships, she's never finished inside the top 3. And despite being a previous European champion, she now has her first Paralympic medal, a silver for Italy. But and massive celebrations for the Italians as they've gone 1-2. Alessia Berra came back from absolutely nowhere, truth be told. But the 20-year-old Carlotta Gilli, 8-time European champion, 9-time world champion in her first Paralympic Games, having missed Rio 2016 through injury, the Torino-born swimmer has announced herself so brilliantly on the Paralympic stage with not only an accomplished swim, with an exemplary performance. She has taken gold. And now for the rousing national anthem of Italy to celebrate her success.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy. 皆様、イタリア国歌の演奏です。
The ever-growing Italian contingent of officials and fellow athletes singing along to the Italian national anthem. It's a 1-2 for the Italians, Carlotta Gilli and Alessia Berra, while Daria Picalova of RPC claimed an emotional bronze medal. There are a host of the fellow athletes, some of them technical team officials, assistants, and some rousing renditions of the Italian national anthem. Gilli will get all the respect that she deserves, undoubtedly, but it was a phenomenal swim from Berra to touch at 57th and to finish 2nd. That is some back end. And bear in mind, Tosh Pulatova, world champion, out of the medals in this race. It's the victory ceremony for the men's 200-meter freestyle S5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 200 meters freestyle S5.
皆様、ただいまより男子200メートル自由形 S5 の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Bronze medalist representing Brazil.
銅メダリスト、ブラジル。
The bronze medalist representing Brazil is one of the most famous faces in all of sport, not just Paralympic swimming or parasport. A man who has transcended so many barriers that have been placed before them. He has smashed them down with such intensity, and he is rightly celebrated as one of the all-time sporting greats. Daniel Diaz is his name, and that is a 25th Paralympic Games medal around his neck. It might only be his fourth bronze. My word, that is some achievement. Antony Ponce is the silver medalist. This fantastic athlete from Spain who have continued to impress in the pool. Our regular medalists. Ponce with an emotional medal, trying to hold back the tears.
Gold medalist and the Paralympic champion representing Italy.
金メダリスト、パラリンピックチャンピオン、イタリア。
Francesco Battiato.
The triple world and European champion, though, is the gold medalist, Francesco Battiato. Gold in the men's 200-meter freestyle S5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem.
And now for the national anthem of Italy, Il Canto degli Italiani. Another rousing rendition of Il Canto degli Italiani, the Italian national anthem, as Francesco Bugiardi celebrates a first Paralympic Games gold medal. Anthony Ponce for Spain with a silver, and Daniel Diaz with a 4th bronze medal at the Paralympic Games to go with 7 silvers and 14 gold medals. By medal tally, the most successful Paralympic swimmer of them all. Phenomenal swim from Bucciardo. He and Gilly will be rightly celebrated for their incredible swims, but there has been much success in the pool for Italy. Another thoroughly impressive display. Daniel Diaz, the legend. At his last Paralympic Games, he announced earlier this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, this
Now for the victory ceremony of the women's 200-meter freestyle S5.
Freestyle S5。皆様、ただいまより女子 200m 自由形 S5 の表彰式を行います。Please welcome the medalists。メダリストをお迎えください。The medals will be presented by Miss Hashimoto Seiko, President of the Tokyo Organizing Committee.
The president of the Tokyo Organizing Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, Ms. Hashimoto Seiko, will present the medals. Rather remarkably, a Olympic medalist in both the Summer and Winter Games. In years gone by, ice skater and cyclist as well. Mr. Wada Yukihiro, the Japanese Para-Swimming Federation chair, will hand the flowers to the 3 athletes. Having celebrated further success in the pool, it's Monica Boccioni who came home third fastest overall was Boccioni. She was challenged by a host of other swimmers, including Susanna Hex, but in the final 50, she managed to pull away and secure that medal.
Representing Great Britain, 銀メダリスト、英国、Tully Kearney.
Tully Kearney of Great Britain. She led the race for all but the final few meters. Tully Kearney, she touched at the 150 mark, over 2 seconds ahead of Zhang Li, the defending champion. While she touched over 2 seconds ahead, she would eventually lose out by 0.12 of a second. But can still delight in her achievement, in her silver medal. Silver in the women's 200-meter freestyle S5 for Tali Kearney. Representing People's Republic of China, 4 gold medals at Rio 2016. Zhang Li, a long way down on Tali Kearney, who is leading the race at the 150-meter mark. But then an incredibly determined final 50 meters. Tali Kearney went out in world record pace over the first 100 meters, was leading by over 2 seconds at 150 meters. But Zhang Li, champion of 2016, fought back so brilliantly, and the champion from Shaanxi claims the gold medal in the women's 200 free S5. And now for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China. The 5th Paralympic Games gold for Zhang Li, as she claims the women's 200-meter freestyle S5 to begin her Tokyo 2020 campaign. Tali Kearney by 0.12 of a second, the silver medalist, and Italy's Monica Puccioni with the bronze medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final victory.
To the final victory ceremony of day 1 of the swimming competition. It's the men's 100-meter freestyle S8 medal ceremony.
Please welcome the medalists.
Hashimoto Saiko will once again present the medals, while Mr. Wada Yukihiro will present the flowers to the 3 medalists.
Bronze medalist representing Greece.
Representing Greece, the bronze medalist, Demosthenis Mikelantzakis. And I'll be delighted for a nation who has traditionally won a handful of medals in the pool, and often a gold to go as well. Reigning world and European champion. He was expected to be challenging for the gold. In the end, though, he would claim the bronze. It was a good swim to claim the bronze as well. And the real pressure from those around him.
Silver medalist representing RPC.
From RPC, Andrei Nikolaev managed to finish in silver medal position. The likes of Yang Guanglong and Denis Dubrov, bear in mind, in this race, were not able to medal. So a fine effort from the likes of Mikelantzakis and indeed Nikolaev. As he takes silver.
Gold medalist and the Paralympic champion representing
But the Paralympic champion is the 20-year-old from Western Australia, Ben Popham. At one stage, he looked like he might not be able to challenge for the gold. It looked like it might be a race that seemed his, but ultimately wasn't. But he was not going to have that. The man who finished second at the World Championships in London 2 years ago takes gold at the Paralympic Games, Tokyo 2020. Sorry. Further success for Australia. A quarter of the medals on day one of the competition. And to end the session, Advanced Australia Fair. Swimming out of the Australian Institute of Sport in Western Australia, Ben Popham finds himself victorious, representing Australia. RPC's Andrei Nikolaev with the silver, and Demosthenis Mikelantzakis ends the evening with a bronze medal. Somebody who began swimming at a very early age, Ben Popham. Congratulations all round for the respective swimmers, gold, silver and bronze. For Mikelintzakis, Nikolaev and Popham. Well, it's been one of those sessions that was always expected to be standout, and standout it was, with a handful of world records, and Australia dominating from the opening day of 10 in the pool at Tokyo 2020. Among the countries who could celebrate great success on the opening day is Italy. As they really turned it on in the closing stages of the competition, with Alessia Beres silver, Carlotto Gili winning gold, the gold as well for Francesco Bocciardo, who is in action on day 2 of the competition as well, and indeed Monica Buggiani's medal later on in the women's 200-meter S5. But Australia, having won the opening 2 medals, and indeed the first men's and women's medals of the event, coming in the men's 400-meter freestyle S9 and the women's 400-meter freestyle S9 as well. They got off to a really solid start. They opened the session with gold. They closed the session with gold as we continued to hear Advance Australia fare. Plenty of action in anticipation coming up tomorrow, but that concludes then the final session on day 1 of the swimming competition of Tokyo 2020.